good day and good evening, and welcome to Savage Stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, then you can just call me Kai. Tonight, as usual, Savage Reclears, then Unreal Reclears, and then we'll see if we can get further in extreme blind prog. That's pretty much it. I'll just get some of the first macros here down on my bars before I forget. Always fun when I'm in the middle. I think I've done it 2, if not 3 times on M4S, where I remember in the middle of the fight that I need these on my bars. That's always fun. Like I'm pretty sure you can see it that I have multiple cases where like the first time we get to phase 2 in that, like I'm in the middle of the fight. I'm like doing 1, 2, 3s while doing this. That's always fun. Anyway, hey TT Aboot, hey Harris, hey Taliban, hey Shaq, hey Giri, hey Gazel, hey Ceres, hey Sally, hey Thundershocking, hey Hamza, and hey Elana. Hope you're all doing very well. Thundershocking says, first time I'm not working Saturday in ages, so can enjoy the stream. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope you do. And thank you, Taliban. Right, let me unmute on Discord. Whoop. I'm back. I have returned.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, right. There was something about a fish, right?
Fish?
I think Kat mentioned something about a fish.
Cat's
Not this
your
week?
fish. I thought it was tonight.
Yeah, I thought it was tonight. Is it next week?
No fish break today.
Is it next week, Kat? Okay. Well, in that case, nothing. You see, Kat, our resident red mage, is working on collecting a lot of big fish. And for those that don't know about this, essentially, there's a bunch of rare fish in the game, you know, for fishing, that appear at specific times of the day, during specific weather and things like that. And I believe most of the time those two things are combined. So it's like, oh, it's in this zone when it's foggy, in like at 3 in the afternoon. Like in game, like at Aussie time, so it's not like it has to be afternoon on a Monday or something. Even though some people might exaggerate it to sound like that. But this can mean that you could be like, yeah, this fish is available like once or twice a week, or once every 2 or 3 weeks, depending on the absurdity of its requirements. And sometimes it's like a super rare fish will happen on a time where normally you're busy with something. And Kat then said, hey, can we have a break so that I can like attempt this fish? And it happens during the time where we normally raid, so we will probably do that. And them have a chance to do that. If any of you have done a significant amount of stuff in the Island Sanctuary, you might recognize this kind of stuff, because it's the same kind of stuff or thing with getting specific animals or creatures to spawn that you can, you know, capture for your pastures, where it's like, again, it has to be a specific time of day and a specific weather, and sometimes that tiny little furball will not spawn for a week. Also, hey Marcus, hope you're doing well.
At some point I should probably unlock my island sanctuary.
I mean, it's optional. I make...
But also free stuff.
Well, free stuff is a stretch. I would say in... like, sometimes you can get some value out of it. Like, you'll get a decent penny. You get basically free dice. But the amount of effort you put into it per day or week means that it's not entirely free. I would say if you're aiming to like maximize the amount of payoff you get out of it, you might be spending over an hour on your island sanctuary per week. Not like farming stuff, but just being there, doing stuff. And it's not like it's going to be like a combined hour. It's like you're there 5 to 10 minutes Tuesday, 5 to 10 minutes Wednesday, 5 to 10 minutes Thursday. So it can add up. And that's correct, Silly. There is a Discord that basically releases spreadsheet. Like, it basically releases what you should be putting, like, should be producing. But because the Felicious favors are, I believe, player specific, they can't tell you how to optimize that. You can use their, like, they have a tool on the Discord that can help you to customize your solution so that you can make it best for you. But that's where that's exactly what I mean when I say like it'll be 5 to 10 minutes a day, because you need to revisit to adjust like the plan throughout the week to get maximum value. And it adds up. And like, I mean, you can easily make like a few 100,000 gil from that 1 hour of work. Probably, depending on what you do with it. You could also make more, you could also make less, depending on what you choose to do with it. But it isn't free, is just what I'm getting at. It's not entirely free. And given, what was it I saw? Zane had found a way to make, was it, I can't remember if it was 300,000 or 700,000 an hour by spamming Final Coil Bahamut? Something weird like that? And that suddenly greatly diminishes the value in the free stuff you could get from Island Sanctuary, which is why I'm like, do it if you think it's fun. Otherwise, it's fine, really.
Look, if you do Island Sanctuary, the reason you're doing it is for 2 reasons. No, 3 reasons, sorry.
Oh?
The motorcycle mount.
Yeah.
The cat outfit.
The cat outfit?
And
so we
then
can
the
look like
two-seater
Cat Damon.
motorcycle bike. Those are the reasons you're doing it. Also
Yes.
for like the other outfit, for like the polo shirt, the shorts, and the
Yeah,
watch.
that would be what I would be doing Island Sanctuary for, and some dice perhaps.
Yeah, the unique
I don't want to go
rewards.
to the firmament to go. I don't want to go to the firmament again just to get dive.
Let's see.
I might or might not have done that before.
Hey, Truck Driving Gamer, and hey, hi, Max. Hope you're both doing well. Max says it's less than that because Zane's calculations didn't take into account loading in and out of the instance. Oh, yeah, okay, that could make a difference. That like, given that I know that you can, like, if you bring the burst, you can clear that fight in under 10 seconds, which means that adding in the load in and load out would probably double the time it takes, at least.
Talking about cat outfits, time to fight a cat.
But yeah, there are some like unique items from Island Sanctuary that could also be a benefit, but if you're there for the money, then I'm just saying that it might not be like worth the hassle, was all I was trying to get across.
My gear is 100% prepared.
Yeah, yeah. Look, we brought like a level 1, everyone. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah. No, kill for a friend, then farm.
And that's a whole new level of kill for friend.
I mean, in theory, you can bring both
Oh,
in
I
it,
should
like,
probably
crafting
also
classes in
food.
these.
Mm-hmm. Hey Nox, hope you're doing well. And that's great to hear, Truck Driving Gamer. Isn't this under the armor? Well, she's not wearing armor, so...
That's suspicious, I don't have God Has unlocked.
You don't?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a mentor, by the way.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
I'm totally not a mentor. See, I don't have a crown.
We'll fix that. Need to level you up. I put some of my music on, so it's just very quiet for this arena.
It reminds me of when I did Praetorium with no music on.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Light parties?
Your mincemeat.
Remember, it'll be light parties.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
There is a story behind why I did that, truck driving gamer.
I mean, my excuse is I just usually have it turned off anyway.
The truck driving gamer said it is sacrilege to play a Final Fantasy game with the music turned off. So, you know what you've done.
I mean, I'm listening to Hatsune Miku, that's fine though.
Yeah,
Not
that's what I
right
said.
now,
You
I
know
turn
what
it
you've
off.
done. You're listening to Hatsune Miku. That's what you're doing. That's what
Yeah,
you've
I
done.
Yeah, she's better.
What I've done by Linkin Park tunes in. Oof. Oof. Uh-oh. That got a little close over there.
It's all in the books.
In the books?
Yeah, you assert dominance and
But we don't have any books.
Live 9.
We don't have a
can't
Scholar or a
read.
Summoner. I can't read. In is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
That'll be east.
Your mincemeat.
That will be west. Oh boy. I'll move it to the center. That'll be the quad crossing. Supports go first. Oop. Oh, right. In is safe first.
Very much risking my sliding there.
I spent so long thinking, is this the 2-minute burst? That I was late with my jib draft. A rare problem for tanks? What do you mean? It's a common problem. I don't have a 2-minute cooldown to look at. So I just have to remember.
You have a 2-minute cooldown.
Oh, I do. Do I have a damage related one?
No.
Oh, then it, you know what I mean. Nails? Nails?
Very generous to me because I
Oh,
don't
wow.
a lot of time.
Is that how fast it's clear so far?
Probably.
Should be.
It's all over. Until
I don't think we had any
I think-
deaths.
That too. I think our record before that has been that she dies before she delivers the tank buster.
Yeah, we've definitely skipped the third tank buster before.
Tank
Yeah,
buster
but I
happens
mean,
after I
like she
get
has
my-
been starting to cast it and then died. Right. So, I mean, I can greed on the ring and the necklace if literally no one's interested in anything. But according to to our loot notes, no one's interested in anything. So you know.
I could
Roll
read
as
a
you-
ring and perhaps a necklace as well, but
It's just the earring and the bracelet I already have, so I can't greed them. But yeah, if you have even the slightest, smallest interest in remotely interest in any of it, you just click greed on the items. You can also need if you want. Like literally, we have determined that no one cares about the loot here, not anymore. Unfortunately. Hey Grace and hey Casey. I hope you're doing well. See, Casey says I keep background music off at all times. I started doing that after having to run through a fate while gathering and having the music and volume of music change all the time. Oh yeah, that's fun. When you keep going back and forth and it keeps changing music. That's fun. The story behind me having done Praetorium without music on Truck Driving Gamer is that the first few Mint Roulette videos I made, which was like quite a while back at this point, I recorded it all with music off so that if I chose to use the actual in-game sound, it wouldn't like clash with whatever music I put on. Like if I added music in post, which I usually do. But it does lead to some really awkward moments, like the speech between Sid and Gaius. It's just complete silence with like whir of something in the background. It's even funnier with music on, because every time there's a chat box, like there's any conversation in a cutscene, they actually lower the volume of the music, like they're making space for like voiceover that isn't there. Like that's the funniest bit. That's good to hear, Keiki. We have Keiki and Casey Cake. Nice. Hope you're doing well, Keiki. And there was also another time, I believe, where I went in and did Porta de Comana without music on, I think, so that I could record the full Ultima speech, because I needed it for a long time ago at this point, I think. I made a video about memorable fights. And one of the examples I gave was that the speech in the Ultimate Weapon fight makes it memorable. Am I still going through on Discord?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was I sounding robotic on Discord?
No, you were fine. It sounded more like a YouTube issue, I think.
It's
But I don't know
amazingly
if it's on
annoying.
Discord.
You know, the most annoying part is that if it doesn't recover fast enough, I'll get a warning from YouTube that they're having trouble receiving my input and blame me for it. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Sally. I think because I did some changes in my settings on OBS, I hope that the way that it works is that if I have a lag spike, you'll still be able to, like, rewind and see it after the fact, but it'll, like, stutter a bit in the moment, instead of just dropping frames. Because Discord is not saying I'm dropping frames anymore. Like, it's just straight up just waiting. When it can't push the information through. Still annoying. Anyway. Hey, Chili Taters. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, exactly, Truck Driving Gamer. It kind of makes sense for content creation, and usually I'll do it specifically, like record a thing without music on for the purpose of doing that. Thanks, everyone. It is interesting information for me that I have a gigantic lag spike. Like, we're talking, my connection dropped to 0 on OBS. But the game didn't say I got disconnected, and apparently there was nothing to hear on Discord. Like, that was fine. So it was like, it was entirely located in YouTube. For whatever reason. That's good to know, because then it's hopefully not my fault. Hopefully not. Nog says 1 minute plus 1 minute cooldown equal 2 minute 5 head. Yeah, that's the funny thing, is that the reason why I forget when the 2 minute burst is because, like, I'll see that my burst potion is ready. That's the only reason I care whether it's a 2 minute burst. Is, yeah. Go ahead.
You do have a damaging 2 minute cooldown.
I do? Oh, are you talking about Damnation?
Yes.
I don't feel like that counts, but okay. Would you like me to use that on cooldown and then cry when I die because I didn't have it?
You could, at least for Black Cats and Honeybee Lovely, you could use Arm's Length.
That is an interesting suggestion. Why do you never have Damnation for the attacks you need it for? Well, I need to use my damage cooldowns during raid buffs, 5 head. Like, what do you think? It's a damage game.
Especially for Black Cat, who does not attack during the 6 minute burst.
Yeah, that too. I heard a few days ago, because I wasn't sure. Someone said that they're pretty sure that Damnation and Vengeance still counterattacks on magic damage.
That would be weird, considering they specifically say they counter physical damage.
Yes, right? Like, exactly. That would precisely be like that would mean the tooltip is wrong,
Oh,
right?
Now that would be a first. Have we ever
Mhm.
seen tooltips be wrong?
I want to have like if this was like a video and not a stream, we would have like a montage of just various like inaccurate tooltips throughout the years with like
Well,
playing
if
over
you-
it.
If you really want to, you can just go to a PvP area.
What?
Half of the PvP tooltips are just bad or
But there's a lot of them that are
wrong
weird.
or outdated.
I still think the funniest one is that we discovered in Endwalker that Meteor Drive Monk's PvP limit break. It says that it does damage, then it does damage and basically stuns the target and removes guard and then does more damage if there's no guard. The way I worded that is not me being wrong, it's the tooltip that said that. It does damage, stuns the target, removes guard, and then checks if they have guard, and if they don't, it does more damage. Which meant that the way it worked in practice is that it did damage, stunned, removed guard, and did more damage. Because, like, it would be like if Warriors Inner Release instead said your Fell Cleave now preemptively apply an effect to your enemy that makes them guaranteed to be critically directed by Fell Cleave. And Fell Cleave does that first. And then checks. Like,
Oh yeah, more questionable hot tooltips in PvP. Does this debuff apply before or after damage?
yes.
There's
This was-
one instance where a buff applies before damage, all others are after damage, I'm pretty sure.
Some weird ones. Specifically the Meteor Drive one I thought was hilarious because it's like, if you spent 10 seconds, or maybe 20 seconds to read the tooltip as written, you would be like, this is like, if this is what it does,
Well-
then this is stupid.
Well, they fixed it.
Yeah, they fixed it by changing the tooltip.
Indeed. My favorite part about PvP Monk is still that it just does not work on the target striking dummies.
No?
Meteor Drive only does half the damage on a striking dummy because you can't apply the Meteor Drive debuff to it. And
Huh.
the Meteor Drive debuff is what deals the second instance of damage.
Yeah, I don't know, Thundershocking. I'm guessing that they that they just didn't think about that detail. And also related to the Mythbuster thing, I feel like the person that said that they're pretty sure that it works on Magic might not have done like like this is something that I see a lot actually. People that are like, they didn't really check, like they weren't really paying attention. They're just like, I'm pretty sure it works like that, and they don't go and check before they start saying, I'm pretty sure it works this way on the internet. It actually happens quite frequently. Yes?
Submit to your lovely queen.
It'll be
Dang it.
pairs. And that's correct, Sally. We could check it.
Here comes a fearsome venom strike!
It'll be spreads.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
They're talking about plant.
Totally.
I am a 2-minute cooldown.
Exactly, Jacob. A so-called dude's estimate. That sounds about right.
For me to steal your heart.
That sounds about... That's a good one. And that happens a lot.
We still hadn't shown off the new range on cover.
Circle first.
Feeling your love.
Yes, we have.
No.
Yes.
That was in off stream.
Was
I was
it?
distracted. Yes,
Pretty
that happened
sure.
off stream.
Aw.
I'll make you mine.
Hmm.
Didn't see that one. Sorry, Arador.
Uh-oh. It'll probably
should
go
be
on Aerodel
fine.
then, right?
Yes. But Arador only needs
Two
no,
players.
needs two. Yeah, because otherwise the other one will.
Watch out for the hearts. Watch out for the hearts. It's coming right at you. It's coming right for you. Donut first. Careful for the hearts when you run out. One stack, that's fine.
Is everyone having a good time?
Very embarrassing stack.
I'm having so much fun.
I'll try and speed run over after. Nailed it, I think.
Brilliant.
It's hard multitasking with a phone in hand.
Drop it.
Oh no.
The phone that while
Ah,
traveling.
interesting.
Oh no.
Also really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running out of MP.
Uh-oh.
You're doing godlike, don't worry.
Meanwhile, I'm here like, hello, fellow melees.
See, it went well.
Yeah, we have no deaths. That's amazing. No one got hit at all.
And that's
That is
bad sign.
Is it?
I don't think we've ever had it clear where no one
It'll
got
be
hit.
pairs. Check your heart count. I think it's been a
we've
while.
had
It's
one.
been a long time since we had it go that well.
I'm having really bad dot up times. That's kind of sad.
Oh, really bad. Oh, I thought you said thought up time. Like what?
That as
That as
well.
well, but that's
Honestly,
always.
thinking
That-
is
that's
overrated.
That's
Yeah.
like a normality for me though.
That was also super nice. It's pairs. And that was also super nice.
Thank you. Apparently my... That's so annoying.
Rotation is just somewhat broken.
My ability didn't just cast itself for some reason.
Oh.
Makes me very disappointed. Please fix.
No hard feelings if I kill you?
It'll be pairs later.
Wow, I think that's 15 seconds drift on Expiation and Circle of Scorn, new record.
Very, very deadly.
Counterclockwise. Uh-oh. Bunny down!
This may sting a little.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
Oh, I messed up my birth. That's fine.
Battle this is.
It'll be pairs. This would be a good time. Oh, you already figured it out. You already got it. It's pretty convenient. It is. It is during the weakness debuff, so you know.
Extra value.
Yep. DPS have the short fuse. It'll be spreads. Circle first. DPS have the short fuse. Donut first. Supports have the fuse. It'll be spreads.
Shit.
Back out.
Language.
Support means the world to me, everyone.
What happened?
I watched that happen.
I accidentally fat fingered backstab.
Oh boy. I see it also like doubled and also hit Shaq.
Yeah, it was right in the AoE circle that was next to Shaq.
That is pretty funny.
Clock spots.
Clock spots.
Woohoo.
Yeah. Woo! The first pair is Ardell and Shaq. Go.
That's gonna be a spicy meatball.
Next pair is Milo and Cat. Go.
Enough is enough. Trip
Oh,
off
my stage! Just now, you get off
Oh.
our stage.
Honey Be Lovely is just cursed.
Yeah.
I haven't had a good fight, just for me personally, with rotation and everything, in weeks. I think I lost an entire Circle of Scorn and Expiation,
Oh boy.
at least. After, I think the third
Was
or
that
fourth
because of alarm?
burst.
Was that because of
They
alarm
were-
pheromones? Where you stood out of range for like 20 seconds?
No. Because I was standing out of range for the second tank buster.
Oh.
At least that's where the drift started.
Oh, okay.
But that was only 10 seconds drift, not the 25 seconds I ended with.
Right.
And 10-second drift is fine.
Sally already went and tested the magic and damnation thing. See, I can confirm after going to Lakshmi, an entirely magic damage fight, that damnation does not counter attack on magic damage. Maybe they got confused by the regen activate on all damage. I don't know. That is a possibility. In fairness to that, damnation set for like, I think they fixed it in 7.05, so it was reasonably fast. But it started by saying that it grants Primeval Impulse when the effect expires. The end. Like, that was it. But it only did that in the English version, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure the JP version was correct, just among others. That's pretty funny, and then they fixed it. Speaking of faulty tooltips, but thank you for testing. I imagine, like, usually it's a case of people just going, I'm pretty sure it works on all damage, without ever bothering to check. Like, there's a lot of that in Final Fantasy 14 with people just going, I'm pretty sure it should work this way, and then they just assume it does without ever checking.
I think the wording for damnation is also slightly different compared to arm's length, right? Because arm's length also just says physical attacks, and I think damnation is physical damage. Or something like that.
So arm's length says, when you are struck by a physical attack, the strike will be afflicted. Damnation says, for the retaliation says, delivers an attack with a potency of 55 every time you suffer physical damage. Which, I mean, technically means that damnation doesn't require you to be struck by it, you just have to suffer it. I don't know if there's a difference there.
Physical dots? Are there any physical dots enemies can apply?
I would guess bleeds count, but I don't think it works that way. Like, I think that one is just whack. The Primeval Impulse part says or damage is taken, like in general. So you have a dot, you take damage from it, boom. Should work. Also, hey Cyanide, hope you're doing well. Right, so the loot thing. No one interested in the gloves? Just double checking. Is that true? Is that true? Yeah.
What stats do the maiming gloves have?
That is an excellent question. We don't have a maimer in the group.
I can look.
We can make one.
See, casting, healing.
My best in slot for my Reaper Helm is suggesting that I know for the gloves.
It's
over
not
the tail.
part. It's not part of the best in slot, but
Yeah.
it's going to be a while until I get to the tome hands for that. So
I was just double checking. If there's no one who's like, oh, actually, I should have said need on it. In that case, the gloves are up for grabs. We'll probably do that last, I guess. Before I do that, though, welcome to the Cult of the Pink,
Gloves
Keiki. Thank you so much for the
are
support. And enjoy the
Crit
emotes.
skill speed for maiming.
Thank you.
annoying. Why is there skill speed on there?
And I'm glad to hear that, Keiki. Thank you so much. Right, so for the other pieces of gear, we still have like 6 people that want the boots, 4 that want the hat, and 6 that want the glaze. I would say we start with the boots, then do the hat, then the glaze, and then... then we figure out the gloves at the end. And I would be fine with someone that already wants something can also go for the gloves if they really want them. Right? Oh, Erdal didn't want anything. Fair enough. So the boots first. Shack on that. Then we do the hat. The cat one those. Then we do the glaze. Naomi won that. And then the remaining items. There was someone that was like, I would like to, I would use them for an offset or something, right? Sound like Ham had that?
No, I looked and no.
You will not use them.
I don't want skill speed on my
Okay.
Dragoon Reaper.
I will click
And
read on them, and if
other
there's anyone
gloves?
else that are interested, you
I'm gonna
just...
say if anyone wants me to look up other stats for gloves, I have it open now.
Mhm. The remaining items, if you decide how heavily you want them or not, greed or need, depending on how much you feel like it.
Gonna grade on the gloves.
Yep. Shack one those. What a weird turn of events that we've ran into, like bosses that have loot where we're like, oh man, anyone who wants this 730, no one? Okay. Well, like that is funny. Nox says, I'm not sure I like the aspected Helios animation. Is that bad? I mean, it looks very different. What term do the other languages use, Gassel? Speaking of those, like, upgraded AoE healing spells, I find it pretty... I thought it was pretty funny, because I got really used to how specific the Sage Prog sounds. Has this ring sound when you use it. And then the Sage version has a different, but similar, like, super distinct noise for, you know, Prog too. It really stands out if you use it a couple of times in a row. It is pretty incredible when you start to actually look at the Savage items that have not been quote-unquote picked for best in slot.
I just want to point out, Milo, maybe if we were doing Mericot, you may have not died at that point.
Hmm?
I mean, if I didn't fat finger button, I wouldn't have died.
Yeah, that's usually the way.
That seems like the way easier solution.
When you start to see the Savage drops that have not been chosen as part of the best in slot list, and you start to see, oh, that one doesn't have crit on it, that one has skill speed on it, that one has spell speed on it, and that one doesn't have crit on it. Like, you start to see a pattern. Like, Like, I was looking at some stuff with Tenacity recently, and that led me to check what the alternative tank chest piece is. And the funny thing is that the alternative one is Determination Tenacity. It's like, great, so I can choose between Tenacity or Tenacity. Would you like it to be paired with crit or Determination? I'll take the crit one, I guess.
You don't want to be determinedly tenacious?
No, I would want to be critically
or,
tenacious.
You know, if you switch it around, Tenacious D.
Eat.
Jacob says I've not played 14 in a while, most because got replaced in my ultimate group. Going to try to find a new group once there are more clear guides. Getting replaced sounds... That sounds pretty sucky. If you just suddenly got replaced. Like they just went, we found another guy. Sorry.
The brute bomber has muscled his way into the ring.
But I guess there's more of a story to it. Sailing you and Liv. Hope you're both doing well.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Pairs in a circle.
I've been a bit premature.
Spreads
yeah,
and proximity. Spreads and proximity.
I was worried I did a premature temperance. But it worked out.
Oh, hi. Nice.
Don't mind me. Throat's a bit
Oh no, he's doing an illegal activity.
It's also, I can't remember where I read it, but the other day I read that apparently Brute Bomber consistently uses those potions about 4.5 minutes apart.
My word, he just assaulted the referee.
So Billy, yes. Also, he litters. He just throws that stuff away.
He also littered a referee bot. Spreads and a donut. Spreads and a donut. Spreads and a donut. No, we eat the whole bottle. Pairs and a knockback. Pairs and a knockback.
wonder what Brute Bomb would taste like if you ate him.
No, Thundershocking, the reason is that he actually targets the referee bot. So it looks like that. But yes.
There's no escaping those animatlings.
Pairs in a circle. Pairs in a circle. Pairs in a circle. Pairs in a circle.
They're back on their feet. What grit? You should know that I have a short fuse.
Supports at the short fuse. Spreads and a proximity. Spreads and proximity. Sorry, that was really late. I don't have anything. Sorry, Naomi.
Is it over already? This is going to be a blast.
It's going to be brutal. My MP displays up.
Probably.
I'll pop my Lily now then.
Supports have the short fuse.
That should at least help with healing because I don't really have any resources. I don't want to spam heal.
Ham? Shack? Zip? Milo? Naomi? Cat? Ardell?
I'll have to hold off on using my lilies for a bit so I can use it during the big... That's sad.
I've got full ladder, so I'm not getting timing.
Yeah.
Well, he's first going to take a sip after this, so...
Yeah, it's enough time to get like pretty ready for the Big Bang attack.
Big Bang Attack? Isn't that a Vegeta thing?
It's a baby Vegeta, actually. I think. I don't know Dragon Ball Z. All I know is that attack is all I wanted in Xenoverse 2, the game.
The brute bomber is embiggening himself. Get ready.
It'll be spreads.
Explosion of pain. Oh, kaboom! The Bombarian special.
3, 4, out. And in. Ready for the knockback. It'll be spreads. Oh boy.
Ah, it's this mechanic.
Yeah.
Forgot it existed.
Pairs and a knockback. When was the best time? It's not now, but
It was during the
Immediately
Rebellion,
after this burst.
right. I always forget.
After this burst, he starts casting Fuse of Foe, and then he starts to spin.
I thought Graham was doing the LB for a second there. Very confusing.
All aboard. Uh-oh.
Ah,
I
it's
got
just
zipped
knocked
off.
off the
Spreads
lariat.
and a donut. Spreads and a donut.
Thankfully the donut is a lot larger than it should be.
I should not have used reprisal there. I reacted before I realized you'd already done it.
Well, technically I also wasn't supposed to reprisal there.
Eh. Did we have a rule of who reprisals that one?
I reprisal the Brutal Impact.
Well then...
That's not what the spreadsheet says.
If a spreadsheet says that
Then it's
I'm
outdated.
reprising the Brutal Impact.
Keep an eye on the lariat, please.
Yep, watch out the lariat. Let's go.
Beautifully dodged.
Should just be the tank that's left.
Nice. See, hey, Silum Installation and Freeman Roskind. Hope you're all doing well. Now, Gazal added the in the other languages the wording on the various when you're hit effects are consistently something like when receiving X damage, instead of you know, where arm's length says one thing and damnation says another. It's the same thing with something like Sacred Soil, where Sacred Soil and Passage of Arms don't say reduces damage by 10 and 15%. They say you take 19 and 85%, which is unnecessary.
Well,
yeah.
it makes them sound stronger.
Yeah, I don't know. Does it?
I think increase block rate to 100% and creates a designated area in a cone behind you in which party members will only suffer 85% of damage inflicted. Sounds... wait a second, how is Bulwark written? Bulwark is written as block incoming attacks.
Yeah, it's very precise, right?
A consistent way to the right passage of arms would be block all incoming attacks. Create a cone behind you in which party members receive 15% reduced damage. That's boring.
It is funny when you see those Giga tooltips like these, like Nascent Flash. Like, it's pretty funny to see things like that. And then you have, like, really old school stuff like Reprisal that just is one line and a duration. Or something like Heavy Swing that just says does damage. It's really nice sometimes just to see how simple sometimes things can be. Yes, 3 first tries so far. Create a cone in front of you. Right, let's see.
Well, that would make using Passage of Arms sometimes a lot easier.
Some Giga tooltips are a lot smaller if you take out the interspace is used to make things look clearer. Yes! Sometimes. Anyway, the loot, let's see. We have plenty of people for both the chest and the pants and the twine. I see there's one person that is saying need on the solvent. That's Cat. I guess Cat is ready with a tome weapon. So let's do the chest, then the pants, then the twine, and then anyone opposed to Cat taking the solvent, since they, I assume, have a weapon ready.
No, should be fine.
Oh, well, that's what we're doing then. You chest.
I'll allow it.
Most Giga tooltips are just a mess to read. Well, the thing is, most of the tooltips make perfect sense if you know. I'm impressed. I had a 95 and thought I had it, and Cat rolls a 99. Like, well...
I don't think I've rolled above 50 yet.
I haven't either. I rolled at 9.
We are looking at the pants. And then we're looking at the twine. We're looking at the twine. And now it's the solvent. Yes, Cat, that was why I said I don't think anyone's opposed to you taking it. But yes, you can. Truck Drive Gamer says, I just let Kai read the tooltips to me in his job guide videos. That's also an option, yeah. What I mean by once you understand how the tooltips work, they make perfect sense. Is there a way to make the YouTube text larger so I can actually read it when it's on a different monitor? The YouTube text. You mean the one on the right? Or what do you mean? In regards to the tooltip thing, I actually have like the chat for stream. Well, the live chat is like, I think you can make it bigger by like zooming in on your browser. The chat in the over on the right here in the actual video footage, like I'm like, if I make it bigger, then it starts to get a little invasive, I think. But yeah, like I think if you zoom in on your browser, it should help. Right, so I actually, a long time ago, I actually made a video on the channel on how to read a tooltip in Final Fantasy XIV. Because it's not that simple. One of the best examples, I'm going to switch back to Warrior for the boss fight, but one of the best examples of this nonsense is Living Dead. Just to take a moment for anyone who's curious, the way that you read it is that the duration is like a period that finishes the thing. Which means that when you read Living Dead, it says it grants the effect of Living Dead. And then it goes on to explain what Living Dead does, which is when HP is reduced to 0, while under the effect of Living Dead, instead of becoming KO'd, your status will change to Walking Dead. And Living Dead lasts 10 seconds. That's the end of the Living Dead duration. Because Walking Dead is the second thing that was mentioned in this tooltip, the next line, we can assume, is going to be about Walking Dead, and it says that it makes it so that you restore HP with each weapon skill successfully delivered or spell cast. Which is a little bit misleading, because each weapon skill successfully delivered means, you know, you click the weapon skill and then it delivers it. A spell being cast means you cast it. Which means that it's not about delivering the damage, but it's actually about delivering the damage. Like, both of them is for each target hit, it will heal for 1500 cure potency. So it's a little confusing on the spellcasting part. But since we haven't seen a duration yet, it's still Walking Dead when it says, well, under the effect of Walking Dead, most attacks will not lower your HP below 1. If, before the Walking Dead timer runs out, an amount of HP totaling your maximum HP is restored, the effect will change to Undead Rebirth. If this amount is not restored, you will be KO'd. And then there's a duration, and Undead Rebirth is the third thing that they mention in this tooltip, so we have to assume that the next line is about Undead Rebirth, and it says, while under the effect of Undead Rebirth, most attacks will not lower your HP below 1. And then it explains the duration of Undead Rebirth. Like, every single tooltip in Final Fantasy XIV is actually written like this, if memory serves. Every single one. If they have multiple things they do, they'll like the first thing that's mentioned will be explained. There might be a duration. If there is one, that's when it ends. Like that's when it's over. And then it'll like list the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. But it's very confusing to read. Like, I remember when I read the rework of Living Dead that added this healing effect, initially I thought, does that mean the healing is active on Living Dead? Does it mean it's active on Undead Rebirth? But it made perfect sense once, you know, I got my hands on it and tried it. Remember to do nothing for 8 seconds and Walking Dead to maximize your value? Well, I mean, if you're using it as an invuln for big AoE pull, that is something you can do. Like, that is something you could do. Sally says the wording implies you could use Unleash a Stalwart Soul, completely whiff and still heal. That is correct. Exactly right. Also, hey, hope you're doing well. Also, in regards to the job crystal thing that was in the chat during Brute Bomber, what would be the tastiest job crystal if it was candy? That is a good question.
Fish, because it tastes like fish.
There is no fishing job crystal.
Red
Sounds like
Mage
you're
looks
missing out.
nice.
That does look nice. Probably tastes like strawberries or something like that.
Yeah, but it's a terrible color.
Oh. No, it's nice. Well, you're not too late, Tay. You got to the best part.
I think red mage would be like weird, like break and point, you know, hurt the inside of your mouth like the blue mage one as well.
The sage one looks like it might be minty, at least to me.
I think the white mage one would be the nicest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like the white candy is always the nicest.
No.
Several of the hand crystals taste like white chocolate caramel. Oh. Warriors could also be strawberry flavored. Yeah, it could. Food check. Are you sure about that, Sally? I'll have to check that after this, if I remember.
Finally, we get to fight Brute Bomber.
But I must have
What?
a soul.
Brute Bomber, no?
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Oh, I need to turn voices off. I keep forgetting to do that.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His grey wings! Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back and out. Back and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in.
It's a good setup.
Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle. Nice. Cardinals.
To Electrope's potential.
He's gathering either, but to what end?
2 and 4. Two spreads. Clock spots. Whee!
How's this?
Pass. Uh-oh.
Take
Can we recover from that?
You can try.
As long as they're up before the debuffs go out, it should be fine.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that magic
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
That's not good.
Nope.
I mistook the
One more.
Naomi getting hit by the thing.
Can we recover
Put
from
it
that?
in, not the circle AoE.
Oh, this is going to be hard.
Mm-hmm.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body.
I should didn't.
Wipe. Just. I
That's
think.
fine.
Yeah,
I
wipe.
And
mistook
Just
something
wipe.
getting.
No, even with healer LB, that's not doable.
It would have been, but it just would have been very scuffed.
Yeah, good luck getting into position for the knockback and all.
Yeah, exactly. People can't make it for that. That is what happened on the double kill. I think we had a mix-up with who had the 3.
I mixed up. I saw someone get hit and thought it was the bubble.
Can't just first clear the whole raid. Oh man. What movement type do you use? I use standard.
Happens though.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are
Back.
wickedly divine!
Thank you, Thunder. Good luck to you as well. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electro's potential.
It is gathering either, but to what end?
1 and 3. One pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
I confused myself a bit there.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'm sure you'll be fine, Brilliant. Good luck.
I'll erase you.
Swap. pizza places?
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. In for heals. Let's go again.
I will not fail.
Begins! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Make your way to sea.
It must.
Block.
Bunk. Did you block it?
Wait a second. Let's look into. Nah, that's hard to read.
She's taken Electrope into her body!
Melee LB.
Unleashed a new fellow soul!
Him.
Oh, no, that's rare.
Yeah, weirdly. Left first, it's a knockback.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Center for baits. Stay out. Oh boy,
Oh,
I
dang
just
it.
realized a problem.
That's fine, I can stop everyone up and check him as well.
Annoying.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage downs. It'll be pairs first.
Double cannon.
Yeah. In.
Double cannon.
Well done. That's the double cannon is the one we always screw up.
To be fair, getting pairs on the first one was quite lucky. I think that's a lot easier to manage. Being able to hug each other.
Everyone done studying on how to do sword quiver?
It strikes
Right
on the
first,
right,
let's
get to the
say.
left, 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 left. And then right. It'll strike on the left first later. It'll be an explosion. And here comes the hard part. Oh boy. Stay out. Stay out.
Challenger went down hard.
Dang it.
And they're done.
If you melee LB, we should be able to live.
Yeah.
It strikes left first.
Just range LB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
dead.
Aerodel?
So, will that work?
That's
do.
that's
Should
good turn
work.
cast.
Oh my
Nice.
god!
It's all over.
It's always good to have some form of LB
Yeah.
at the end.
I ran into the wall.
Not even close. Is that a bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a bad moment. Certified elf moment.
I think I got shot in the back again.
Yeah, I shot you. I ran into a wall. And my cannon went rogue.
Well, I took the tower at least, so it wasn't as dangerous. One tower killed me though.
That was. That's amazing, Ardell. Oh yeah, that's true. That was also what happened last week, right? That we basically clutched it with an LB at the end.
I don't think last week we did. I think we
Last week we didn't
we just-
clutch it with an LB.
no,
that
we
one
just
was
did it with
just
pure damage.
yeah, that was just Viper.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's just
So-
Naomi
Wasn't
going.
it a tank LB to survive there?
Oh, that might be
Um,
true. And then, oh yeah, you also you I believe you used cover.
Yes. I covered the Viper, so the Viper would be the last one standing. Otherwise, I would not have died because my hallowed ground was still up.
Laserbeam says that's so funny because I got laughed at for using standard movement and told Bard wasn't viable yesterday. Most
would say that Bard is not
raid
viable.
tiers, most raid tiers, as far as I know, Bard has consistently been the best ranged physical DPS. At the moment, we have a little bit of a thing where ranged physical in general are a bit on the weaker side, but they are viable and they're perfectly fine. They offer better defense cooldowns than an extra mage or melee would. So ranged physical is fine, and Bard is usually the best one. Often, it's just also really hard. Standard movement is something that people like. It's like when people say that you can't play hard content if you're a clicker. It's like it's the opposite of survivorship bias. It's basically every time they see a person having trouble with their movement or something, or are like a bad player, and then they figure out it's standard movement, they blame it on the standard movement. If you know how to play around the way standard movement works, then there's no problem. Better than Dancer? Yes, but the thing is, and this is the important part, all three ranged physical jobs are not that far from each other. It's just that the balance in Final Fantasy XIV is usually tight enough that people like grab, like, you know, they become detectives and they pull out their loop and zoom in real close and say, look at the massive difference, and the difference is 1%.
Yeah, people who say Final Fantasy XIV is, has bad balancing don't know what bad balancing is.
Yeah, they don't know how good they have it.
They have never seen actually bad balancing.
Yeah, they haven't seen true bad balance. Right, so loot time. As usual, we have our distribution of role priority and all that. We have our page with preferences.
It's gonna be a Sage weapon.
Faster. I see that we have 4 people left that need the mount and the Arcadion role. And the actual coffer will be between me and Naomi, because we're the ones that still have 730 weapons for our mains. So the coffer is still something that mains need first. And also that truck driving game are usually less than 1%. It's really small. Right, let's see what we're getting.
Is it a Sage weapon?
A Dark Knight weapon again.
Oh, the first double up.
Who
Yeah.
wanted the Dark Knight weapon? Because I think I said it, like, I will take it. 'Cause I
Let's
have best
see.
of the tank, but I can't
Dark
remember.
Knight.
I don't think I have the spreadsheet.
We have Ham says have at 100 interested. Sip says have at 100 interested. Shaq is leveling it. Naomi says low priority, and Cat says straight up not interested. Ham being tank means that Ham gets to say, do you want it?
Yeah.
Would you like the Dark Knight weapon, Ham?
I would leave it to to the roll. I would not.
So
say
you
want
will
higher priority.
roll for it, is what you mean?
Yes.
That's also a way we can do it. So
Can I make a suggestion? Can we do it after the mountain has been done?
Well, I have
sure.
I don't have it.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Sip is among those that don't have the mount. So you know what?
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. Is that fine with everyone?
Sure.
Right. In that case, next it's me and Naomi for the weapon coffer. Well, I rolled a 26, so I think you're winning this one, Naomi.
Yeah, called it.
92.
Called it.
Grats. Next, we do the mount.
98.
Yeah,
Get
so
it
that's
over
what I
here.
expected. I'll end up with a mount last.
And then we have the Arcadion roll.
So what are we doing for the weapon? Just anyone greed?
No.
Yeah, anyone who is at 100 and didn't get something yet and is interested in Dark Knight.
Yeah, that's what I...
Like, from what I can see, given that Naomi got something, and I mean, Shaq also got something, but now I don't know if I put Shaq in a trap there, where Shaq was like, well, actually, I wanted to roll on the weapon if you had done it in a different order. But if, like, based on people already getting something, it would technically be down to Ham and Sip. Does that sound right to everyone?
So,
Any comments?
Sure.
Okay, Shaq is Dark Knight isn't ready anyway. So it's between Ham and Sip. I'm guessing you both needed on it.
Can I agree?
We both
You have to
greeted.
be the actual job. You have to be the actual job to need.
Oh yeah, that's true. Whamp whamp. Well, Ham won it.
Yay.
What's the last loot?
Nice.
Oh, it's a cat. How sad to be left behind again.
And yeah, absolutely, laser beams. All jobs in Final Fantasy XIV are viable. And standard movement, like, you just have to learn to play around the nuances of standard movement. And then it doesn't matter what you do. As long as it
How many
works best for
books do I
you.
need to actually get,
But
like,
you
a
can
clothing
main
piece?
whatever you want. You don't have to worry about it. Right. Was I the last one to get the weapon upgrade
Coffer.
thing?
Yes.
You are now.
No, I mean the
As
weapon
great.
upgrade thing, the solvent initially. Was I
Yes.
the last one? I'm
As
also the
Graham
last one to
predicted.
actually get the the weapon for my main. And Ham was the first one to get the upgrade, and one of the first ones to get the weapon. Is this a movie? Am I being set up? What's happening here?
Yes.
Yes, you're the producer yourself. Oh, right. I'm streaming.
I will say we cleared them quite quickly. That was about first try clear, so that'll probably be about.
We took like an hour and
just check,
30
actually.
minutes, but we also spent a reasonable amount of time just talking. So I would say like an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and 10. How many tries was it on M4S? Was that 2 or 3?
I
This
would
was
say
second try.
probably about
Well.
like 40, 50 minutes for clearing in general. Talking on the other chance. All our clears were first tries. I think we have 7, 9, 10, and then 12-minute clear. But then we died on one of our clears. So Arcade take into account like 6 minutes, probably on the.
Also, hey, hello to those that came in right as we had the big moment. That was amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah, 45 minutes of fight time, if I'm adding up our kill times correctly. Approximately.
Yeah.
Right. Next step on the list is Unreal.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'm just gonna get a drink.
Yeah. I'm just going over there.
And I
So
need 2
that,
minutes.
those
after
that are in
because
the
my,
area, they
head
get a
feels
free
funny.
teleport there, and I'll be over there because we're usually over there when we're doing that.
Yeah.
And then I'll also be right back real quick. Thank you, Tadaba, and everyone else. Right, I'll be right back, and then we will probably do Unreal when everyone is back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Chair stream. You know, the best part... was it Sally that said it? The theme for Phase 2 of M4S working so well. I think the best... Like, the part of the reason why is because as that music starts at a specific point in the fight, and the fight is, you know, fully scripted, essentially, it means that they can basically tailor-make the fight so that it plays to the song or vice versa. Like, for instance, you see that the music, like, builds up and up and up and up, and then you get tossed over to the new arena, and then, you know, there's the choir going crazy. And then, like, the music set, like, the music sets in proper again as then the fight continues. And the choir thing I don't notice how many times it happens, but it specifically happens as she's readying to do Sunrise Sabbath. Which is like another one where it's like, oh, here it comes. But it's really like, if you actually watch the like a full poll from start to finish, you can see that the music like has stops and starts that matches the song. And the reason why they can do that is specifically because the music starts at a specific point in the fight, so they can basically make sure that at this time this song starts. Exactly this long into that part, this thing happens, and the music lines up with it. It's the same that happens with Brute Justice in A8. That the whole first phase has quote-unquote normal Alexander music, and then as Brute Justice comes in, the song changes, and there is a whole like breakdown that happens in the intermission where Brute Justice breaks apart and does like a bunch of mechanics, and that lines up perfectly with the music because the music starts when that part of the fight begins. Like, they could actually do that a lot more frequently if, when you're just standing there in front of a boss talking about it, it's playing one song, and then when you pull, it like goes like record scratch and then switches to the boss music immediately. Like, they could do that. Hey Cole, we just finished. We're about to do Unreal now. We took one pull on M1 to 3, and we took 2 pulls on M4. And the music only has lyrics when you fight in A8. Yeah, exactly. Ultimates do this music timing a lot. That makes sense, and it also helps because they have a lot of phase changes. So like, as long like the music in phase 1 doesn't need to line up the music super well because like that's the phase 1. But once they switch to phase 2, every mechanic can technically line up perfectly with the music. Absolutely, Arknights, I totally agree. They could have music starts on pull. Yeah, exactly, Kat. Exactly.
I should have seen if I had paracetamol because my head feels like it's gonna
this is
split.
going to be horrible.
But why? Huh?
Oh, Dark Knight.
You don't have to be Dark Knight, Ham. That's not a requirement.
I have to.
He's got best in the slot for Dark Knight.
Yes.
Cold, I usually listen to my own music. I go crazy listening to one song for hours, even if that song is Give It All. Well, in fairness, the phase 2 thing is risky. Is it? I believe it's called Risky Bet? Something like that?
A risky bet, yes.
Yeah. And you know, you're technically listening to 2 songs, but I know what you mean. I get it. I felt it was worse in everyone grab your bingo cards in World of Warcraft, because they, in my experience, usually just have ambient music. Even in raids, even during boss fights. So I usually played World of Warcraft with all the sounds extremely low. Like, extremely low, exactly, because, like, most of the sound isn't super relevant. Like, Cole says, I barely even have sounds on WoW. That's also the reason why, when I got into Final Fantasy XIV, I got really far before I actually listened to the music of the game. Like, I think I randomly unlocked A1 during, like, my progression through the story. Like, oh, quest that has a plus on it, I should do that one. And got A1N, and then I heard Locus, and I was like, wait a minute, that's pretty good. And then, like, that's when I learned to, like, pay more attention to the music. I'll do another ready check to actually going in. Oh, Caetsu's here. See, Tingle, the thing is, even if I didn't listen to the music in World of Warcraft, I would just have it super low, which meant that if, like, there was a really, like loud sound in the music, I would know it. What was that zone called in Legion with the Valaja? It had like, when you entered the zone, pretty much, it had like a pretty sharp bagpipe or something? Yeah, Stormheim. Food check. Are you still good on off tank or anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Dark Knight has the most amount of defensive cooldowns you can use now.
Well, I meant
The
more.
quality isn't always up to par, but the amount is there.
I should have went Astrologian, then I could have boosted Graham mod.
Oh yeah, I'm now a Dark Knight.
Most of the
I'm
WoW
really
sound
bursting.
design is beware, run away, little girl, run away, and stuff like that because of DBM. Yeah, that's a classic, Jacob. That is usually how it goes with WoW.
Huh? I didn't do any damage. My Lily Bell didn't go off because of that.
Oops. The best part is like, Shake It Off is still active. Light Body 1. Oof. Light Body 2.
Always funny to out enmity DPS with your opener
Well, it's a
without
Dark Knight.
stance.
Orb? Uh-oh. But you didn't even give a debuff, so how are we cursed?
Well, he's going to soon.
What debuff are we getting?
Death?
Oh! Is that removable with Ishuna?
I don't know.
Probably.
Might be.
If you believe hard enough.
Well, I feel kinda used this out here.
Oh, I'm forgetting to use my dart.
Use your what?
My dart. You know, the
Oh.
thing that makes the damage tick when I don't have to attack.
Ah, that one. Ah, your dart. Yes.
That one over time.
Damage over time.
I know what you mean.
I could do a full stop. This is also a form of a dart.
Now for the boring
It's
bit.
removable with rays. Can we remove it with wardens? Now imagine if a bard could remove death with Warden's Being.
Well, he did apply a physical damage down to all of us, or all of us who took one of the balls, so...
Silvermint says DBM now even comes with music packs that play the Final Fantasy XIV Victory Fanfare, Final Fantasy Victory Fanfare when you kill a boss. Like as a pack you can download separately. I understand why, because this was something that Bigwigs, which was the typical, I don't know if it still is, but it was the competing boss mods to DBM. It just had that by default. Like it always had Final Fantasy. So maybe they added that to DBM specifically so that you could have that too. I don't know. Meep meep. Meow.
That's an interesting tune sound.
Marcus says, what's DBM? It is called Deadly Boss Mods, which is basically an add-on for World of Warcraft that tells you what the boss mechanics, the upcoming boss mechanics are and what you need to do with them. With sound effects and everything. And various indicators. Completely different sound font from the OG games.
Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
Oh, I'm not even full MP.
Well, we're only falling for like 90 seconds, so...
Yeah, it's not like you need it or anything.
Lightning Sim. Still yourself.
Light Party 1.
You're mine.
Light Party 2.
I forgot my tincture.
Remember this, I did too. Remember the sweep, remember the sweep, get behind, get behind, get behind.
Why is so mad?
Why you mad? Why you have to be mad?
So funny that you can just dash through those orbs.
That is pretty funny. Uh-oh. Zip?
Cat and Shaq had bubbles and they touched tips.
Oh. Why did that lead to you dying?
It was the safe spot outside of the, you know, the line AoE they were doing? I just so happened to be standing near them at the time. Yeah.
Sorry, Zip.
It's fine.
That is funny though. Except did nothing wrong, he's the one dying.
I just got hit because I was low on health due to the AoE mechanic. Like oh, that's a lot of damage or something.
You like there was a proximity AoE behind you that you weren't moving for because you're great.
No, I did. I moved inside the.
You moved late. The proximity,
late.
The proximity explodes before the donuts.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And that's why you took so much damage.
By the way, I'm dying here.
Can you get some heals?
I
I was very nearly dead.
Do you have the tank LB figured out?
I hope the animation is the same time as
I hope so
Paladin.
too.
Very cool animation.
Nah, it's not Paladin LB.
Yeah, but I like that it's more colorful. It's more distinctive.
Wham!
Ah, I love a free TV and ad break.
The what?
Well, it just breaks your TBN. It doesn't apply any debuffs or something like that.
Oh.
There's no punishment for taking it. Like, you could just do that.
Hmm.
I'm missing my ranged attacks.
Light Party 1. That's really far. Careful.
It would be funny if a throw distance had any effect.
Light Party 2.
Bad spot for us.
Sweep. Incoming sweep.
Oh, I did that too early.
I got really confused because I didn't realize that I was paralyzed. So suddenly the game just didn't respond for a second. I'm like, what?
Oh. What did you? I didn't see the debuff. That's my fault.
I got it because of I got hit right in when the state of shock was applied. Like for a second, you're just stuck, and then he grabs you.
Yeah, it's a very weird mechanic.
Hmm. Doink.
You are stronger than I dared hope.
Oh, me?
What? Bro, this is the time where you don't just move a little bit on your own, Byaku? Really? That's what we're doing? Okay.
It looks cool.
It's really cool when he does that. I love it. Like, no, you have to move me. I like it here on the edge.
Lightning share.
Well, lightning does sand, so
Lightning death.
there's that. Little something for the healers. I think 1000 HP is not a safe value to be at, so...
No?
No!
I'd let people drop that low in dungeons.
In what dungeons?
To be
AR?
fair, Jin Kai's my healer.
What?
And yes, yes, a Romoborn. I do it to Fubuki.
No, an AR you can drop them to 100.
That's what I do.
I would say Byaku is not a bad one to start with for like potential new players to Unreal. That it's like super easy. So like the newcomers go, yeah, I can do this. Although I do understand that remember to look for the sword or prioritize
Yeah, right,
the
we
sword.
have to do something after the clear.
We like to have a really easy one so that people are sure that like they get an easy way into the hard like to the quote unquote harder content.
That's nice. I got a copper as well. How generous.
Now, give me a blade.
I didn't have a fox this time. That's kind of sad.
Bro.
I got blade.
Cha-cha. Right. I have 4 suggested spots where the fox can be. Any suggestions, guys? Lots of easy ways into hard content right now. You're right, Cole. It's just that if Unreal is super hard, like the first Unreal people experience in a new expansion is super hard, they might go, oh no, that's too hard. According to the solver I have, this, and this are the suspected spots where the fox might be, if it's there. There is one, like, near the top of the blade. Let's try this one. There was no fox. No fox given. F. Wah, wah, wah. But yeah, I do agree that ultimately, like, if you want to get into harder content, starting with, like, the extremes that are not too bad would also be a good idea. It's just that if the Unreal is really hard, it can give the impression that Unreals are really hard right off the bat. But then again, like, if someone gets into Unreals later in the expansion, they might have, like, the same experience. So, like, you can't always win. But I would also say that skipping one of the 4 Lords bosses, just because it's kind of easy, feels a little that feels a little weird to me. But I guess they've skipped bosses before. It's foe's distant brother, cousin twice removed. Hey Tiana, hope you're doing well. Insert the Price is Right sad trombone. I don't know if that's the one. I'll take it, so hope you're doing well. That's a cat boy? Is Byako a cat boy?
I think it's a lion boy.
He's counter to Black Cat. He's White Cat.
Ah, of course.
I thought it was Zebra Cat.
Is he Zebra Cat? That's not a kind of tiger. Tiger boy? I was more thinking like if your tiger features are on your hand, like your most tigery features are on your hand, does that count?
Sure, why not?
Like if you're just a muscly man with huge hair, but also one of your hands, like Party 1, one of your hands is just straight up a tiger. Does that count? Light Party 2.
They didn't adjust this this for like 2 different separate parties. Because my temperance barrier runs up just as we get hit.
Oh.
If I cast it for the first party.
Funniest thing about the orbs, you need 2 of them to break TBN.
You've been Dark Knight for one big hard duty pull, and you're doing like you actually did it in the last pull as well. Like, wow.
Yeah, I'm doing
well.
fine.
Like now you have 3. Like I think the funniest part is you going and grabbing Vuln stacks to do that, and then you complain that you're low on HP.
Oh no, that was without phone stacks. Right now I'm not
okay.
complaining.
Yet.
And also I'm not low.
You will drop low, because I'm gonna Benny you. Very generous with my bennies.
Triple kill!
Yeah,
This might be what we call a problem.
What did y'all do?
They got lasered.
Time to sprint.
I can't red arrow hell because of my cooldown.
I got 17 seconds on Switch.
All creation trembles.
But the good thing is Shaq survived.
Behold, fury
I'm not sure why I did. Maybe I didn't shield myself.
Technically the hand is the real head. I don't even know, Tingle. When they turn into those humanoid forms, I don't even know.
I doubt the hand is the real head, considering the hand is what turns into the ad.
Yeah, that too. But the ad is what he looks like normally. Should we reset? We should probably reset.
Considering the deaths we had at the start, it might be best.
Like, I was actually about to say, I think I figured out how we saw Hardened Rage previously. Ham, are you going to,
Wait a second. There.
Jacob says, when the Dark Knight has 3 cheese puffs, I need to break TBN.
Just
Well,
before a raid fight hits,
actually
and it's
getting
broken
hit by
anyway.
those orbs is hard. It's not easy. These orbs are ridiculously unresponsive.
I mean, the difference
so
in your
many ways
positioning
that
when you
can make
aim
that
for them and
mechanic
don't aim
better.
for them is that you're basically standing right in the gunfire and going, ah yes, gimme Vuln stacks. Yummy Vuln stacks. Cheese puffs.
Oh, I just realized I'm targeting a party member while trying to spam glare.
Oh,
That'll
man.
help.
That's going to be a DPS loss.
You'd pot rolling as well, didn't you?
You just
I
like you
probably
just
missed,
manage
like,
doing your
2
own thing, and then
DCs.
Ham starts to take a lot of damage, like party 1. Like party 2.
Yeah, that cast is basically 8 seconds.
Yes.
I hate that. It's the exact amount of time for my shield.
It's just about how long it takes for you, for your invuln to run out as a tank. You can just about invuln that.
Yeah, he really takes his time with that mechanic. Uh-oh.
That was...
That's really
Well, now I'm not the
natural.
one gathering vulns.
I was using Primal Rend.
Oh, that's the Benny gun.
Yeah, you're allowed to use Primal Rend, but I can't use TBN.
My Primal Rend
Yeah,
forces
we're
me to
different
stop
levels.
moving. Yours TPN, your
If you
TPN
have
doesn't...
Primal Rentham, you could use it.
Yeah, you could, but I don't think it would break. You TPN'd me for that.
How do you break a Primal Rent?
You don't break one.
By dying for using it.
By not believing in your heart, your cards.
The
That's
heart of
illegal.
the heart of a cast isn't a thing.
Oh.
It's just propaganda.
It's just a card itself.
I'm attacking the wrong
It says
one.
believe in the heart of the cards. You have to work together with your healers, put TBN on a DPS and have them yoink them into the AoE. Wow, Gleaming.
Creation trembles before my
Also, hey,
might.
Yak and Gleaming, hope you're both doing well.
It's way easier to run into the AoE yourself.
I guess so. Like, I mean,
That's
I'm just saying, if you're deliberately taking damage to break the TBN and it wouldn't break
I'm not.
otherwise. Then-
I just wanted to test around with the orbs because I knew that at least for the first time the ad phase happens, it is not an issue.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
Fair enough. I was just more saying, like, sometimes there is, like, some sort of method to the madness, because if you are actively trying to make sure that you have Dark Arts for your burst.
I'm not optimizing Dark Art. I'm just doing it because it's funny.
Oh,
And,
okay.
For the big laser, that one doesn't apply any debuffs and just barely breaks TBN. So if I see that, I just take the hit for uptime.
Same. I take hits for uptime as well, I respect it.
Telly says, I don't think Heart of the Cards would help on Byakuya unless there's a dual disc in that hair. You pull out a hand of cards and Byakuya just goes, finally someone understands what I really wanted. Let's duel.
Yeah, we don't even have an astrologian.
I don't have best in sort on astrology.
Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
I shall bring all to bear.
No, it's bringing all to Tiger.
Oh.
Meow. That's a tiger noise, right?
Lightning shield.
Are you gonna tell me there's such thing as non-ferocious tigers?
They're called cats.
Light Party 1.
Here you go, Graham.
Splat.
Okay, no more paralyzed.
Oh,
Light
no,
Party
not
2.
to paralyze on the tank.
Ooh.
It's a DPS one.
Remember the sweep? Get behind.
That's the first. I don't have the AoE.
Wow.
How generous.
Congratulations.
Oh, that's bad.
Is it?
Twofold is my wrath. Twice cast my foes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, these one stacks were not deliberate.
That's fair. He also did say that it, I think Ham is dying, guys. He also said that it was for testing before.
I can't heal from the range to that.
Oh boy.
Well, I can't really get that closer.
Here you go.
AoEs are happening. And I don't want to cleave anyone. Oh, I love it.
That was a lot of damage and such a tiny bit.
Yeah, that was
Just
one of
in
his
time, I think.
That was one of his tank
But,
busters. I'm going to dash for as many orbs I can still get.
I don't think we actually need to take them at all.
I'd prefer if we take them.
That's fair. No more gains!
Like, that just happens when he tank busters you and you don't have a strong defensive running. Every third attack from that ad or something like that is a tank buster.
It was a lot of damage.
Yes. And my favorite part is that it showed me TBN going out after the damage had already snapshotted.
Ah, yeah, that's always fun with barriers.
Yeah, especially because it doesn't have a cast on those things, so it's somewhat hard to prepare for them. Oh.
Light Party 1.
I need to haunt this.
Haradil is not very healthy right now.
I'm dealing with it.
Aradil has a lot of shielding.
Party 2, remember there's the sweep afterwards. Sweep, get behind.
Oh, I meant to be a tincture burst. Whoops.
Yes, correct, Sally. We have seen others mention this as well. We're typically just making sure to take the orbs anyway, because it does affect the damage that the explosion does slightly. And the downside of picking up the orbs is that you get a physical down, but if you just make sure you're not, you know, using Fell Cleave while you have that damage down for like 1 GCD, then it doesn't really matter. Like, not
Also,
really.
theoretically, a caster could like run and take 3 of them if you really want to optimize the orbs.
Yeah, but they will lose damage unless, you know, they have a like mobility options ready. By the way, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting because I know it takes forever to get AoE to spawn.
Fair enough.
As a paladin, I just go out there, but as a Dark Knight, I'm not doing that. Oh no.
Oh no.
There was an AoE in. I'm not standing in bed.
No?
Well, honestly, I think, considering there's no more ads, I could.
I mean, like, that's the thing, Sally, is like, we, in this group, we do some things in a weird way, like, some people go, wait, why are you not doing this strategy that everyone uses? Why are you not using the invuln for that? You could just make it easier, where we will, like, for example, just hold the invuln just in case, if the mechanic doesn't call for it necessarily, like, things like that. The same with this is that the orbs don't, like, it doesn't really matter. Not like it's not going to make or break the run. It's not going to save us that much time, so we just do it anyway. Just to be sure.
Honestly, with a tank LB, you might be able to do that when the ad is at 100% and live. Possible, but the loss from picking up the orbs is so low.
Cole also says, you guys aren't even doing the only fun part of Bjarko, coordinating to get your friends thrown. Yeah, we don't really want to spend more time there than we have to.
Well, honestly, how bad is it for a non-tank to get picked up?
I'm pretty sure it's, the damage distribution is similar to a wild charge. Like,
considering how little damage the tanks take from that, I doubt it. Last blocked tile.
Right.
Something is wrong.
I have 8 possible fox positions and only 7 guesses. Is there a way I can whittle that down? Looking at the guesses, I don't think I can. So I will have to just guess. Cat says fox box. Did you get the fox, Cat?
I got very unlucky.
Jacob also says the idea was that only casters can take the orbs. Take the orb in the past because they actually drained your TP in the past. Yeah, that would do it.
No fox.
I just got a gift box. Very unlucky.
Oh. No fox, I only got the gift box.
Yeah, because by the time I found the gift box, I couldn't even get the sword because I only had like 2.
Yeah, I have the choice between guessing 4 fox spots and hoping it's there, or getting the sword. So either risk it for 100 points or just get the safe 15 points.
I know someone who would scream gamble.
Who?
Clove.
Oh, dang it. Now let's go back to a real job.
Let's go back to a real job. Wow. Dark Knight mains in shambles. Oh man.
I'll
be real.
3 of those.
I'll be real upset if my Dark Knight pars for Or Byaku is better than my paladin parses.
I think I'm going to try going for the fox simply because if it is there, based on what I understand on all this, if it is there, then I have a guaranteed shot at getting it, and that's 100 points. If it's not there, then it's of course 0 points. But the fact that I'm going between 15 guaranteed or 100 risk, like if it was 30 risk, then I would just say I'll just take the sword. But because it's 100,
you can't guarantee fox and box.
I have the box.
Ah.
But it's the sword. Scam. For Commander, this is a circus. This is I call shenanigans. No fox. No fox. No fox. Rigged scam. You know, the worst part is that I don't think there has been a fox on any of my Unreal or For Hollow games so far. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure 2 in the group has gotten a fox, as in it has been there and they found it.
The 2 times there has been a fox on mine, I got it.
Okay, I was sure that it was 2 other people, so like that means there's 4. And 2 of them is 1 person.
I had it last week, but I missed it.
Ah,
I got it last week.
I'm pretty sure there has never been a fox on mine. So like, if you're wondering about the streamer luck, this is where I build the streamer luck.
Also, why you're not getting the weapons.
I'm getting 0 loot on the weekly reclears. On Unreal, I'm like the guy that doesn't get even the opportunity for a fox. And I'm the last person to get the weapon upgrades. And then, when something else happens and I'm a bit lucky, it's streamer luck. You know, you have to build it up somewhere. That's how luck works, right, everyone? You have to be unlucky somewhere, and then you make sure to just save it for later, and then when you really need it, that's when you use it. Now the problem is I'm still figuring out how to actually unleash the luck when I need it. That's the problem, is I figured out, apparently somehow I figured out how to hold it. I don't know how I send it. Should we just hang out here, or do we go back to the house?
What's the percentage of guild tests in your mentor roulette?
Like how many I've had?
The percentage of runs that end up in guild tests.
For me?
Yes.
34.6%.
Oh, that sounds decent.
The second most common one that I get is normal raids at 14% and extreme trials at 11.5%. But I have said before that I basically intentionally queue at a time that I've determined has a higher chance of extreme trials. So, I'm not seeing that as a bad thing. I'm seeing the guild test percentage as a bad thing. 99% of streamers get never lucky before hitting streamer luck. That sounds about right. It's just nope, 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 yes, and then people call shenanigans. Right. I just had to double check the ice bridge stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Cat says I don't know what to go for with fox coins. I mean, you can hold quite a lot of them, right? Can you not see them in this menu? Really?
Yeah, it's really annoying. They're not a currency. They just exist.
They just exist. You heard it here first, everyone.
Yeah, you have
But
to
my
remember it
advice
by
is
heart.
at least don't buy the Ixion Clarion. I'm pretty sure that's just a drop from somewhere.
I have the Ixion Clarion.
I do too. I don't even know how I
don't know
got it.
why. Probably no. I think I know why. It's probably from one of the Mugo events. They always have it on there.
Possibly.
But no, you're probably better off getting a minion or a mount. The minion itself, like 6 mil, 8 mil.
That is an interesting
Play
point, Jacob. Wait, how many can you hold? How many can you hold? It doesn't say that either.
Ixion.
He says it when you
1,000.
4,000, I
go
think.
for another
Sorry.
retelling.
Oh, that says 1,000. In that case, if you're not close to the hard cap, then you could hold them. As Jacob says, if you spend it for yourselves and just pick whatever if you want to make cash. Hold it until a patch with a hard Unreal. Yeah. That is an interesting point. Especially if the hard Unreal comes packaged with a new item in the store. So that
You can get the Ixion Clarion for Chloe Silver certificates.
there you go.
So
It's so funny.
Don't buy that.
It's so front heavy. Like I'm pretty sure that the weight balances on the front hooves.
yeah, it doesn't skip front hoof day.
Yeah, I hope not.
Oh, if it's the Ixion thing, I did that from the... I got it from the Fate.
Wow. There's no way to unleash the lock on command, sadly. So that sucks. If you have found a way to hold your lock, but it just gets spent randomly.
I mean, I was gonna say, is the warrior complaining about not knowing how to release something from inside?
No, that's the thing. I don't know how to release the lock. But I know how to unleash crits.
The inner.
My inner crit release.
Oh, I think my food also ran out
no.
during the Unreal.
Yep. By the way, food check. Speaking of.
Next one's like you take so much damage then.
Oh yeah, 10% vitality.
Ooh. Goodbye. Spin. Spin.
Nice.
Have fun moving.
Wah. Wah. Wow. 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 Boink. Whee! This is a very satisfying mechanic to get right. I will invul.
I had already started pressing defensives.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh.
Not that it matters, but
Would you like me to not involve that mechanic?
no, it doesn't. I just forgot again.
Oh.
And you don't really need defensives for her auto attacks.
That's true. That is true. Splat.
Oh no, that hurt.
Just kitchen sink. Well, Viek, I'm a warrior. My kitchen sink is a little weaker than yours. Uh-oh.
That
Someone
needs
shoot down, yeah?
we need a quick res.
Uh,
We got a quick res.
Uh,
Now this is
Not again!
interesting.
you can probably make it. We can't make this work, guys.
So basically, my way to do that mechanic, the spur of the moment I was doing, is a very famous strategy, and apparently that the PF uses.
I think it's supposed to be the other way around.
Yes, yes.
I don't know how that works. That's
Um,
fine.
It's supposed to be the other way around.
I think it would have worked either way.
Our
feels
side was
weird.
fine. The other side was the one that was doing things and exploding.
The strategy I went on our side was a very specific, a peculiar strategy. I placed it in the correct position for the meteors, at least.
Yeah, I get that, Sally. I believe that there is like a an ad when you open the stream, but that's it. Yeah, so that is probably the reason.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh. There we go. Apparently I don't have a... That's strange. Is this an infinity symbol?
It's an
Or is it
X.
Like a type. You can never tell what symbol's a which.
An hourglass? Yeah, that also makes sense.
It also looks like a Greek symbol. I think. I can't remember my Greek numbers. Or is it Latin
It
numbers?
should be.
You mean Roman numerals?
Yeah, that.
Oh.
I learned them like years ago.
Yeah, indeed, Ceres. That's the whole hourglass item. That kind of makes sense.
Good RNG.
Nice. RNG? Eh?
I don't know. Because sometimes the front ones get missed. It just feels kind of wasteful, you know?
We do this right. Zip. Shoe.
I get confused. I'm assuming that was a snapshot that killed me then.
What?
The line AoE. No, I got snapshot by the line AoE.
Probably. You need to heal yourself. DPS have the spreads. Erdal, you're supposed to pair with Cat out in the back.
To be fair, I usually get the other lines. That's why it offset me.
Remember to keep moving.
Goes up.
Now this is going to be uncomfortable. Remember, there's going to be a deep freeze before the stuff starts.
Yep. What do we do? We die now. I don't know what to do there when we're in that situation.
It was somewhat uncomfortable considering our tether takers were not ready to run.
I was taking my tether.
What happened?
Just barely in time.
All the DPS died.
The left back bridge was broken, so I assume 2 decided to share that one. And
we have some people saying use healer LB. The reason why we didn't is because the last time we did exactly that, everyone got rest but couldn't move before the laws of ice happened, and that meant we just all got frozen. And then we wiped anyway. That's why we didn't use healer LB. Sorry. Go ahead.
Healer LB there's a little problematic, and I'm not quite sure what happened on our side. I think everyone was in position, but it might have been that some streams crossed. Like, people got double upped by the ice wall.
My question is, why did all the melees die? Because they died to the icicles. All the DPS
Melee
died.
died because of the bridges, no?
Me and Cat died because we took the same bridges.
Okay.
Yes. The
Yeah,
bottom,
we're missing 2 bridges.
the left side what got bridged, the right side I think got icicled.
Yeah, right side got icicled, and Aradel was not far enough from their icicle as well.
Yeah. Did Aradil get the back or front icicle?
Side
The
icicle.
left side back.
Yes. Because they were on the right side.
Yes.
Erdal did get the back one. I feel like Erdal was pretty far over on the right side. Was it just because didn't get it to all the way to the right side of the platform?
I think so. They are in the middle of the platform when it goes off.
It's fully to the right and then like angle it a bit. For the stacks and tethers that comes after, we had the plan of melees take the first tethers, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, just reviewing. Oh, we have a lag spike on OBS again. Sweet. I'm guessing I was not
And-
lagging on Discord, or what?
No.
No, you're fine.
Fun.
And light party melee, light party goes left for the tethers, and party 2 goes right for the tethers.
Hmm.
I was taking my tether to the top left.
Hey, Haken.
But
Hope you're
everyone
doing
else
well.
died because stuff.
But yeah, I understood it as light party 1 melee goes left, light party 2 melee goes right, and that's basically it. And then... What was it when we were actually when you were going back? It was... Tanks have
I
to
take
take the
back
front
bridge,
bridge
you
because
take-
you
yeah.
have to take the back bridge to make sure we get the tether.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And after the icicles, the... What was it? The left-right icicle people go over their bridge first, because they're closer.
Yes.
And then
And they
the
go-
ones up on the north go second.
Yeah, and they have to go ASAP so the bridges can regenerate. If your bridge has not regenerated, just take the AoE. Don't risk breaking the bridge.
Hmm. Anything
I'm
else we
not-
need to review? Any questions? Anything?
Is a sprint jump enough to make that gap? I don't think so.
We should move a bit
But-
back before tethers spawn. Oh yeah, so that the people that need the tethers can grab them, you mean? Or...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
Also, problem is that we have the loss of ice thing before the tether spawn, so we have to do some movement.
Yeah.
There's like a 1 or 2 seconds between that before the tether spawn.
Yeah. There's also the part that you can just, you know, make sure to like start moving back. Like it doesn't really matter. If you see that you're not back enough when the tethers appear, then you move back when the tethers appear so that the melees can get them. I would say that probably makes sense. I'll do another
Yeah.
ready check. Hi Max, says the story of this alternate universe is that Wuklamat is too busy farming Copper Shark for scripts to buy Kona's Ronic mount to help you fight Sween. She didn't show up. Just like, oh man, I'm really busy on that day.
All the writers just got tired of forcing Wuklamat into every scene possible.
Maybe she's tired of being in every scene possible.
Yeah, let her sleep.
Like she has a talk with her
Work it out.
agent, like, do I have to? Oh man, there's so much! I feel like I'm getting underpaid.
Like, was there a voiced scene in Dawntrail that did not feature Wuklamat?
That is a good question. For your question, Harkin, this boss has a close targeting reticle, which means that all positionals automatically succeed. And you can see it, as Ilana says, by the arrow being inside the reticle instead of outside. And that is actually the case with basically all bosses where you would have that thought, Harkin. That they'll just be like, nah, it's fine. The boss, like, it doesn't count. I'll invuln this. Let us rise above death.
Rise to the occasion.
Yeah, you could say that. We had one wipe in the Reclears. We also had a wipe on the Unreal Reclears, which is pretty ironic, considering how well the Savage Clears went.
Well, we might have still been able to salvage that.
Maybe, but with the amount of deaths we had, I feel like it would have been a lot of time just to maybe. You know?
Yeah.
It's legit force.
Oh, perfect. No movement.
Lucky. We have to do this one right.
Milo's doing... Oh, that's mine.
That's when there's nothing there.
We did it!
Next time, Milo.
Target area delineated. Commencing erosion.
Supports have the spreads. Knockback incoming.
Oh, my dot wasn't up. Let's be careful.
Oh boy.
Cool.
It's a big one.
Remember to keep moving.
Well, in theory, we have everything we need.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
I can't get Shack up, by the way.
Oh, wow. I'm stupid.
Are you stupid?
Yes. I messed up taking the corner on the bridge.
That's fine. Make sure to pump a lot of damage on him, right? Raid bite if someone can heal.
Faint is on it. Oh.
You need to taunt.
I have taunted now.
Okay. We have to do this right, and I don't have much cooldowns, so I think I'm dead.
I would have had invuln, but the
Oh
power
wait,
was a
she
little
stopped.
late.
She stopped.
Yeah, I guess it's like a fourth in there.
Well, we did make enrage this time.
We passed it though. People,
Looks like we passed it.
It just
We need res,
apparently I didn't do it.
reses, quick. Go, 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 go.
I got Zip.
I think
Well, I got
everyone
some
got sick.
healing. I got nothing else to do, I can heal. And now I'm out of MP.
That's a really long time where she just stood there. That's pretty cool in a weird way.
What is he doing? What?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
This
I
looks-
think you're gonna change the floor. Yeah, that was an easy kind of figure out.
That could have also been a like an AoE.
Oh, I'm now that's why I couldn't attack. Those are ice what are ice platforms?
So go here.
No,
The
those
earth
are rock
platforms are a little
platforms.
further back. Yikes.
I could not parse what was happening on that floor.
I died there when I was.
Ariel could.
Again.
I know what is happening, like the rotating the platforms. I'm just looking for which way it rotates.
Yeah, I didn't quite get it.
I understand the hourglass. I just don't understand the second part that happened. With
No,
it.
no, Sip. I don't understand why the answer was the hourglass.
She drew the look on the floor. She drew
Yeah.
them on the floor. The
Yeah, she
platforms.
drew both the hourglass and a line for the ice section and the earth section. She showed multiple.
Background behind her is either turning clockwise or counterclockwise, and both on the left side and the right side are mirrors of the other platforms.
Oh, so the
So
way
she's
it's
basically
rotating.
turning we're inside a cube of other platforms, basically, that's turning.
Ah. Well, that's annoying. Especially considering we have to position for spread.
Yeah, we have to position for spreads repeatedly while positioning for those platforms. And now we also know the transition hits crazy head. I'll
Yeah,
admit, when I was looking at it, I was like, the fact that she didn't stop casting started to make me think, did we not make it and she's just doing the harden rage and doesn't care for what's happening?
I mean, I got killed by the hardened rage. Actually, I
That
can
wasn't
check
a
if I got
hardened
killed by
rage.
the hard-
That was just a phase transition. But
Then why did I die?
because it
it's
does a
big
lot of
damage.
damage, Sip.
Yeah,
If it
and
was a
also
hardened rage, we would have all died.
Next time I'm not going to go down to 600 MP after that.
No?
It's always very confusing when you're in your burst and your blades stop working.
Yeah. Yeah, I could imagine. The worst part is that there's no way for you to fix that without breaking the combo.
There is. You can just use your atonement steps, but atonement steps
What if you
do
don't
not
have them?
break. I had them.
Oh, that gives
And-
like a combined 1.2k though, so if you're completely down, might not be enough.
Generally, if you do if you got just revived and you go 1, 2, 3, you can do your full burst.
Okay. I don't feel like I quite got it still. So she will show what what was it she shows in the background, did you say?
On the left side of the platform and right side of the platforms
Oh,
are basically the
to the left and the right
patterns
of
that will
us,
be
not
turned.
her.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically besides 4 and 2. And behind the queen, the background itself will be spinning either clockwise or counterclockwise, so you know which direction is being turned.
Oh, so like whether it's the
To
left
the new
or
platform.
right platform that is going to be behind.
So let's say if
there.
it's rotating clockwise, then the right side platform is becoming the new one,
Say that again.
if I understood it. if the
If
background
it turns
is rotating
clockwise, so it's
clockwise,
turning
then
right round.
side is becoming the new one.
Yeah.
So the thing next to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And counterclockwise means
do,
left. Right.
do we need to talk about spreads, or are they relatively self-explanatory? Because
It must
they
have
weren't
positions, innit?
terribly big, and at least for the Earth platform, we would just do the meteor position or the mustard bomb
Yeah.
positions for the tower soaks with
Yeah.
spreads. The hourglass has a lot of space, and I
I
think
mean,
that
technically,
one could
if we have the like range in the back and the like melee people in the front, we could still have mustard bomb positions. I think.
And on the ice, that one is a little more complicated, but I think that one would just be lines on the left and right on the
I
outer
would say for
platform.
that
ice,
that
like
one
have
might be worth
3
talking
left
about.
sides, 3 right side, and then 2 in the middle.
Yeah, the healers can go into the middle.
I guess. Who
Where
goes
will-
forward
oh,
and who
wait.
goes backwards then?
Tank melee ranged.
No, I was talking about the healers in the middle. Like one of them has to be forward and one of them has to be backwards, right?
Any preference up?
Yeah.
Forward ones? Sorry, what's happened?
We start talking strategy, Sid goes, time for my break, and just leaves. We're talking about the phase 2.
I know you talk about positions, I just said mustard bombs.
Yeah, and we
Yeah,
said that
mustard bombs
won't
don't-
work for the ice bridges.
What was the idea that you thought up for ice bridges?
We just said, well, we'll have to go in a line, but maybe we'll just have the healers in the middle because there would be a bridge there. Like, there would be the middle platform, right?
That would probably be best considering we'd want to be able to heal, yes.
Correct, now you're caught up.
Sorry.
The mid platform is also thin. So you can't just stand next to each other. One of you has to be in front, one of you has to be back.
Well, if
right?
we're doing like usual light parties thing, Shaq should probably be at the front and I can be at the back. Considering that's just how it always is with H1, H2.
Is it?
Yeah, usually. I mean, if you look at Everkeep, Shaq's in front of me as well there, because he's always H1.
Fair enough. Does that work for
Usually
you,
it's
Shaq?
left to right.
That's what I
front
got
to
for
back.
me.
Alright, that's the important part is with all these things, it's just that we agree on it. Of course, there is also the possibility we can be a little bit flexible if it turns out our calculations are wrong. But at least having a starting point is a good idea. Are you clear on the things, Ardell, or do we need to go over anything else? It's okay if we need to go over anything else. I was just giving Siv a hard time, both for the comedic effect. I hope Sid knows that, and because it was pretty funny that it was like just tap out. We said mustard bomb, and that's all I needed to know. Still need practice with the bridges. Do you want us to go over the bridges again? And when you say bridges, do you mean the phase 2 ones or the ice bridges? Typical raider mentality, honestly. Oh, absolutely. There are too many like YouTube shorts and TikTok memes of people going, "Oh, I'm having a mini lag spike. Just a small one." I don't think it was noticeable. Like when my raid leader starts talking tactics and then like their characters just dancing like crazy to the background music. After we deal with the first tethers. Okay, so let's take let me just explain the whole ice bridge thing so that we're entirely clear on how it's supposed to go, right? So we get into the ice mode, the ice phase. We have to move until, because otherwise we get frozen. Then she will give the first 4 icicles. And we have a picture of that on the Discord. so that we know what order it'll be in. I will not try to explain it because that might just confuse you more, and if you already figured that one out, then I'm not going to try to explain that. We have a specific, like a specification on whether you go by the front or the back bridge, and where your position is approximately. Once, like the first set of icicles will be the ones behind us. They will be distributed. A moment later, the side icicles will be distributed. Ultimately, the backside icicles need to go over their designated bridge as soon as possible because it takes a bit before the bridges recover. So if you take too long, then the second set of icicles, like icicle players, will not be able to make it because they have to wait for the bridge to recover. So it has to be quick. Once you have taken the icicle, like you've gotten hit by it, we go back in basically in the reverse order that we went in. So the ones that got the left-right icicles that went out last, they go in first because they're closer to the bridge. They can get it done quicker. Then we have like the second set, get over and get ready. You go over the same bridge you went out on. The same bridge. That's important because otherwise we might have a queue. If you can't make it over, remember that there's going to be legitimate force coming at us. So, I don't know if you have a defensive cooldown or something. Try to heal up a bit if you can, because it's gonna hurt. But you can live one.
Yeah. Rather take that than break a bridge.
Yes. But the key is we all have to make it back to the center platform. Because after that, there'll be another one of those sections where she will require you to run around so you don't become an ice block. And right after that, she will give 2 players a tether and 1 player a stack. Who got the stack? Does anyone know who got the first stack?
I think a support or something like that.
I think it was always supports.
Well, if that is consistent, then we know that at least. But the strategy we're going with is, as soon as you're done running around like crazy to make sure you don't become an ice cube, run back. Like, make sure that that the melee DPS can get in front of you. Because the 2 tethers, they need to get one, and they need to get them fast, and they need to get over the front bridge immediately after. Then they run away with those, they go kaboom around the same time as the stack marker goes kablam at everyone else. Then the tanks will take the front bridges over to take over the tethers, and the melee DPS will run back around and take the and deliver the tethers by going over the back bridge. And then who remains on the as far as we could find out, I believe. Oh right, remember to move a bit, everyone. So you don't get kicked out, is that one of the players that took the tether will have the stack marker. So one of the melee DPS will be coming back from Narnia with the stack marker. After that, like, the people that are in the center will be, taking that stack marker. Sorry. And the tanks will then, take the tethers out of Narnia. Because they took the tethers in Narnia, one of them, presumably based on what I understand, will get the stack marker. And they will keep the tether and the stack marker in Narnia, which means the healers and the DPS just, hang out in the middle and just stay where you are and kill the boss, essentially. You don't have to, the rest of the mechanic is already resolved, assuming that the stack markers stay on the tanks and the tethers don't suddenly start magically jumping around. And the game plan there is, I believe, the second hit, because the DPS has to be able to take it, tanks can just take the second hit on the face. The third and the fourth hit are you have to carefully invuln. It's a little hard in my from what I could see, because there isn't really a cast bar for it as far as I could see. So you just have to feel when it's time to invuln. And the fourth hit comes really late, so it's a little tight. But ultimately, that's the ice bridge. Once we survive that, the next thing she's doing is she went back to the main room. Did she do a mechanic there, or did she just go
He did
directly
half
to the...
a tank buster.
Oh yeah, true. So I'm guessing that she did half one because she got interrupted. Like she had to do the transition.
Yeah, interestingly, she started basically being forced into casting the intermission before hitting 0.1%.
Yeah. I'm guessing the reason, like that's something that I have heard people talk about, is that it's weird that she gets into the forced transition so late that you can get her to 0.1% and then she's just kind of there. It's a tank bust and then 1 or 2 AoEs. Assuming that we do better this time, we might not even see the tank buster.
Yeah, we had a bunch of deaths and no melee LB.
When the Chilitator says when the ice debuff has 18 seconds left, hit invuln. Which ice debuff?
I assume the one.
Right.
That would be the only ice debuff I can think of at that point.
When would be a good time for melee LB then?
Probably when she restores. Honestly, considering we might run into the 0.1% anyways, perhaps not at, in phase 1, not at all.
I don't know.
We didn't lose LB before transition, we used LB before transition.
Yeah, we used it shortly
Still
before.
look if it resets.
Well, we can test that now.
You could check.
Yeah. So I think we should just test with the LB and not really
Did she
think about it
go-
right now.
Did she go all the way back up to full HP in the phase
Yes.
2? Right.
Yes.
Did she go down fast?
She was at like 80% or something, I think.
LB did not reset during transition.
In that
Well, we didn't
case,
really
given that
check
we're
because I
not
used it.
hurting for time in phase 1, maybe we
No,
should just
I
hold it
checked
to see.
because we
Oh, okay.
we had half a bar during transition and we still had it after.
In that case, just melee LB in phase 2.
Yeah, at some point. Question is when that makes... Like, I mean, at the moment the phase starts would be a time to do it, I guess.
Or so that she knocks you up during the arena changes. Try to time the animation lock so that you get knocked up while you're LBing.
Oh, that would be pretty hype.
Good check.
Food check.
That's interesting. What caused it to go off from the start?
What?
One of my bells popped.
During like this, when it's green, you also take some damage.
You also take a lot of damage.
I know because I get like 4 or 5 Tengetsu procs.
Nice.
Interesting. Like, the total passive dot happening there kills half a healer during the time you change position.
Ew. That's a weird measurement.
Well, I'm watching Zip's HP, so that's where I get that. It's hard to measure damage on tank health bars.
That's true. And also, whatever measurement you get probably only applies to the tank. I will involve. Yoink. Splat.
Oh, that's what she means with the worlds beyond. The worlds beyond the phase transition.
Ah. You thought all of this was actually the thing she was showing us. It's just the platforms.
I almost walked off the edge by gripping my mouse too hard. Tight.
Oh. I'll move. And make it. DPS have these spreads. Knockback. Splat. Keep moving. Uh-oh. That is not good.
No, that's a bit problem, I'd say.
Go ahead.
It's your bridge.
You can go first.
Oh,
You used it first anyway. Let's just wipe it.
Sorry, Jack.
Oh, she uses both auto attacks in your evade. Really hard.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Moose. Hope you're doing well. What went wrong?
Bridge usage.
I know. When I'm asking, I'm more like, what was the misunderstanding? Oh yeah, that's probably right. I was really lucky that I keep getting a bridge where I feel like is an icicle that feels really easy.
I took the wrong bridge anyway on the way back.
Bruh. Jacob says coordinating bridge movement without someone panicking is the hardest part in my opinion. Yeah. It is a little bit of a case of you get your icicle and then you're like, which bridge was mine? And then like, because you don't have very long to go for it, if you don't know immediately, you panic and then you get it wrong. Right, I will be right back and then we'll continue after potential bio breaks. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Hey Lisa, hope you're doing well. Jacob says I can recommend standing in a line and use that as priority. Oh no, we have a strict priority. We don't even need to do that. The mess behind that? I mean, a lot of it is just random notes. And be good for anyone who prefers visual tells regardless. Well, the visual tell is what icicle you get. I get what you mean. But we're not going to change the strat. Let me put it like this, Jacob. For us to figure out the strategy that we're using for the ice bridges, we basically all had to completely lose how we're supposed to do it, then relearn how to do it, and then realize that we learned it wrong, and then had to relearn it again. That's why when I went over the ice bridge mechanic, I basically got to the icicles and went, we have a strategy for that. There's a picture. I'm not going to explain it.
We have a lot of pictures, a lot of wrong pictures.
That too. And that is a good point, Lisa. That there is probably a lot more time than you think.
Yeah, getting there isn't that tight. The getting back is just hard.
Jacob says I gave up on doing this in Party Finder due to the bridge. Well, the thing is, we have to, like, because we're a static, we kind of have to assume that we can do it.
Well, we have done it before, I think.
That too,
We have-
yes.
I'm pretty sure we've done it at least once.
The thing is, that part of the reason why I think that we can very quickly run into the weird thing where like we get it perfect one try and then it's completely wrong the other try is that there are definitely some of the icicles that I have an easier time with than others. Notably, being the second person, like being the second row of icicles is way easier than the first because you just use the bridge that like lines up with the icicle. And then like if you have like one pull where it goes everything perfect, and then the next pull it doesn't work, it's probably because someone that is less confident in that, or else his back icicles take the front bridge. No. If you, you know what? I will awaken the beast. I will take the chance. I will grab the picture and show you all. The 4 snowmen on the back, those are the icicles that come first. So the back icicles do not determine on their own which bridge you take. If you get a back icicle, it means you go first. Because they show up first. But if you get the middle icicles, then you go front bridge. By front, I mean forward bridge. The north bridge. If you get the outer icicles, then you take the back bridge, or the south bridge. And if you're on the second round of icicles, then you just choose the bridge that lines up with your icicle. Right? Right. But yeah, it is very confusing. It is absolutely very confusing. And yeah, exactly, Jacob. And Jacob, even if everyone gets every single configuration, that doesn't mean they got it. Also, hey, Bokaj, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, the reason Milo is asking is because he was looking at a meme.
Milo was also said be right back and said back while we were talking, so
I was getting food because I was basically falling asleep.
oh.
This is what you get for only having 3 hours sleep now.
Not my choice.
Remember to eat.
Yep, food check.
I did. Oh, you mean game, of course.
I mean, both, sure.
Sure, why not?
I hope you have some cheese, Milo.
Why cheese?
It does not have cheese in it, no.
You disappoint the guild.
The guild?
I had cheese for lunch.
Just cheese?
No, sandwich wedge, ham and cheese.
Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good.
Could have had a cheese toasty. You're missing out.
Blam! Wabam! Oh boy. Now that's a lot of damage. Wham!
I forgot my opener feint.
Oh, we're meant to help
Oh.
people?
Yeah, that's what you want to hear your healers say, right? Oh, I'm supposed to heal? Oh, that explains.
magic
Now
button.
now I understand why I'm having so much trouble. I was certain that that wasn't my job.
Ooh, those are close.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Okay.
well,
I don't remember which one was glowy.
Oh,
what?
I was too confused by flying flares to look what hand was glowing first.
I think what happened is that because, like, look at this. The front whirlwind could 100. I will invuln this. Could 100% have been a little further north, and the back one could absolutely have been a little further south. So we had the tiniest space, and I think we just had 2 people step forward.
I'm the type of man who would walk on a tightrope, so I'm used to this.
Good for you.
But I have a type of Lala as well.
AX, hope you're doing well. Whee, splat.
Okay, it seems like Cat's behaving and laying on the floor like a normal one.
What?
Usually he sits at the door and meows.
Hmm.
'Cause he wants it open, and then when I open it, he does it. He leaves. And
Oh,
starts
that's,
sitting outside and meow.
The classic cat move. I want out. Oh, now I can. Well, then I'll let you out. No, now I've changed my mind.
Yeah, the cat doesn't want to get out. The cat wants the door open.
Yeah, but I don't
Ah,
know the
right.
door.
Yeah, that is actually a good
public
point.
house.
That is true. That is often the reason. Doesn't want out. It just wants to have the option to go out. In case it wanted to go out. Later. I wonder what it is they put in those meteors when they, since they explode like bombs.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
That's my bad position.
They're probably 100% explosives.
Well, considering they blow up rocks and they slightly explode, like a condensed explosion.
I'm deploying drones.
Finally.
Finally. Mid.
Well, now you can make the argument of using the market there, Graham.
Yeah, the problem is the arena already has a circle in the middle.
Supports have the spread. Knockback incoming. I have in a release for that.
Same.
You do?
Yeah, I could just knockback cancel that. It's in a burst.
But it is funny that I
no.
didn't quite realize at first, exactly because it happens right in my inner release. Naturally, like I don't remember to move.
My cat has gone somewhere I do not want it to go.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Let's wipe it.
Oh, well,
Come,
this gives me
Zip.
time to
Zip.
get my kick.
Zip,
fine.
get here.
Oh,
Oh,
never
come
mind.
on.
I died to the AoE attack.
Um,
Give me a moment.
on the left side, which one had the middle icicle of the two in the north?
Is it going to left or both left side icicles?
Cat says I went to the wrong spot. Okay. That was what I was looking for, was that one of you went to the wrong
I had
spot.
to check
That's
as
why.
well because I wasn't sure, but when I saw I was on the right side, it wasn't stretched out.
My suggestion here is that might have been me that was lucky there, but when I had the mid icicle a few tries ago, I ran to the top left of the platform. Well, I ran to the inner part of the platform, realized I wasn't far enough, and then traced until it turned purple.
Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, when I had the far icicle, I believe. I just traced until it worked, and if you do that, then you will automatically find which of the two icicles, which spot you need, because you just stop when it turns purple. I don't know if that helps anyone else, but that was what I did when I was uncertain. Would it help if you call out the icicle priorities?
What would you even call out?
Yeah, there's 4 players all at once that needs a call out then. And I can only speak one thing at a time, shockingly. Might remind people of bridge priority. No, see, because the thing is... Oh, you mean who goes on the top and the bottom bridge? Is that what you mean?
We have a picture for that.
We have a picture.
I assume it'd probably be a decent idea to do bridge priority for going back. Because obviously we have people already close to the bridges, and then we have the people at the far front.
You're saying it like we haven't already gone over that?
Multiple back times. Is the same bridge as you went
Multiple
over.
times. You go over the same bridge that you went. Like when you go back, you go over the exact same bridge you went out on. The people that go over the bridges last, first, as in the ones with the left-right icicles, will go back first because they're closer, so they can get it done. Like basically, everyone needs to get over the bridges, so it doesn't matter what order you do it in. So do the ones that are closer, so they can get it resolved faster. That's the game plan. Yeah, so if you have the backside icicles, then when we're going back to the center bridge, you go last. Yeah, apparently, exactly. No worries, Cat. I was like, the reason I was checking was not to go, all right, who's to blame? It was more like, do we need to review anything? Like, that's what it's about. It's entirely, do you need help? That was the purpose. It was not to be like, all right, I need an apology.
I'm the reason we failed.
A badly scripted apology video.
If you don't have a dog to pet during it, then I don't want to see it. It's not good enough.
What about fake tears?
Yeah, those are mandatory as well.
I mean, you have a manatee. What are you on about? You don't.
Yeah, we also need sad ukulele music. For some reason. And you have to like start the video by like looking down very dejected and like sigh. Otherwise it doesn't count. Oh yeah, all grayscaled. You have to say, content creators really mastered the apology video, didn't they?
I'm not quite sure you can call that mastered.
Well, they optimized it at least. The problem is that when it has to be genuine, using the optimal solution to make it as sad as possible, it's not a good idea.
Oh, I got a bond stack apparently.
Yep.
You got that legitimately forced upon you.
Yep.
Oh, I got snapshot. Okay, now I know why.
Yep.
Technically, I could use the exclusive with lag, but I don't think it was. So my ping tends to be semi-consistent.
Exactly, Diana. Already, like, red in the face from tears. Whee, splat. Onions are marvelous. They have a power.
Yeah, you're a tank, you can tank it.
Oh, dang it. Oh, lucky.
If it's individual people, technically you just stand behind your own meteor, no?
That chopped onions under the mic in this apology video. Oh, that's good. Yeah, like, because you've been preparing. Like, oh, I have to quickly start the video before I lose it.
Into my bubble.
Supports have the spreads. Knockback incoming?
Oh no.
Wait, why did Naomi die?
Probably too much damage. For that.
Was
Oh,
it?
really?
Or
I
was
don't
it,
really
like,
know.
I'm pretty sure you die if you're not in the friendship tackle things.
I think you can survive it, but it's like you take a lot of damage. If
You
you're
can
like full
tank
health, I
it
think you're
after
fine.
the stack. Like the stack into
Keep moving.
Burrito is probably too much.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can probably live that.
I don't know if I took a bit too long to go there.
Slowly.
We have a
Go,
problem.
guy, go, go.
Okay. Sorry. Let's just wipe him.
Come here.
I have a question.
Boring.
What happened?
A lot.
Like I get to my spot, see it like over half of the raid dead, look back. We're missing 2 bridges. I'll admit it took me a second because I had to like flip and turn in my head where I was supposed to go. But I actually chose the correct bridge.
I chose the correct bridge. I just think I moved too slowly. So the second tethers came out.
Some tears in the handkerchief to be sure. And also a rain filter, yep. Yep. Inventing the ultimate apology video while blind progging Sveen.
Extra points if you can actually see outside of the window that it's not raining.
You're in the apology video, you're sitting outside on a bench with a rain filter on, and it's not raining. It's like sun, like a nice summer day, and then you have a rain filter and grayscale. Sveen's apology video brainstorming. You know, the saddest part, Bokaj, is that if we survive to get the LB to raise, what we ran into is that if you actually use it at that time, it'll just clash into the laws of ice that come a little bit later, and then you'll just raise, like, you'll just have 8 living ice blocks.
You can survive the mechanic if you have, like, you do it near the end.
If you get it, oh, sorry. If you get it just right, then it might be fine.
Yeah, but the healer
not enough.
The healer who does the LB is guaranteed dead.
Yeah, probably.
Last time.
Oh, great.
Well, you're the only one.
Splat. That's true, Bokaj, but like that is the reason why we haven't really tried to do it, is because it's usually a panic moment, so it's unlikely that you'll get the timing right.
Practicing healer LB feels somewhat counterintuitive.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like you're planning to fail.
You get better with it and you use it a lot of times.
Whee, splat. Uh-oh. We might be able to save this, maybe?
That's fine.
We
leave
need
it.
That's
another
not
meteor
good.
on the left.
That, yeah.
I tried.
You stole our meteors, what you did. But I also realized that we would have had to send one of ours to you to fix that.
Now we could have just had one of us place double meteors. You can fill the meteor needs for platform with 2 players.
We were actively making like we were dropping an extra. I was dropping both of my meteors in the nothing because I was expecting to get Naomi's meteor, and then you stole it. I think, which then had us scramble.
No, you got the first one, I think. Don't know.
I don't know if there even was one.
There was no marker. There was no marker from Nomi.
That's strange.
Yes, it is.
The corpses don't have markers, but they drop meteors, I think, or something like that.
Did we get one? I'm not even sure if we got one.
It exploded.
It exploded because we had 3 meteors in the front because you stole the meteor we were expecting, so suddenly I scrambled to get my meteor on the platform instead of dumping it. That's why I'm blaming you!
We did not drop a meteor.
Yeah, I saw it too, Ardell, but I didn't see one for the first set of meteors.
Yeah, the first one didn't drop one, the second one did.
Yeah.
So I guess there is a way you can get away with putting.
But which side did it drop one on?
If you read at the right time.
Right side.
Yeah, and that's what I mean
That
with
was
they
from the
stole our
second meteor,
meteor.
That was the second one that got planted, I think. It was
That's
during
what we're
the
saying.
resurrecting animation, so it means the first one just vanished in general because of the.
That is what we
animation.
literally said 2 minutes ago.
We're just building the
very
streamer
bad.
lock back up. Feel like this was a skill issue.
That's fine.
It is fine. It is just memes. Like, that pull didn't, like, that would have been a miracle if it had worked. Like, let's be real. Like, oh man, we screwed up the wacky backup solution we were trying to do. Oh man, we suck.
Well, isn't the skill issue from the rest of the party basically just bad luck?
You mean for me? It would have been
Well, in
if I
general.
hadn't basically chosen the players that I have. If it had been Party Finder, then I would have been inclined to agree, but I basically handpicked my raid team almost.
That's kind of sus.
Sip, you're among the chosen ones. How is that sus? Because you're here. If it had been Party Finder, then I would have been more inclined to agree that, yeah, repeated mess-ups and mechanics can absolutely just be called luck. Or bad luck, more precisely. But given that it's a static, and it's essentially like, I made it, like I put it, like, to some degree I put it together, right? Or like, well, I didn't quite, I'm not trying to take credit for that. I'm just saying that that complaining about your teammates when you basically chose them yourself is, like, at least in that aspect, is silly.
Technically, they chose themselves because they joined the M1S. Then you were like, oh, we could make a static with this.
I mean, not all of them did. Some of them were me going, hey, do you want to raid? Hey, Mia. Hope you're doing well. Do you wanna guess?
Thing.
Do you wanna guess what the weapon, the specific weapon drop was this week? Hey, Mia. Can you complain? Sure. The Blue Mage weapon. No, it was Dark Knight again, of course.
Well, we did say we'd get a dupe at some point.
I mean, that's guaranteed. It's
Sadly,
not
it
guaranteed, but it's basically guaranteed.
It's getting more and more likely with each week.
Yes.
I mean, the benefit is we've got how many weeks till 8 weapons? We're on our 5th player, so 3 more like guaranteed stuff.
And also next week we're guaranteed to all be best in slot.
Yep. Hey Nathan, hope you're doing well.
I could have saved that Lily for a buff.
That's correct, Emir. That's why it's more annoying for us.
Yeah, I wanted a Scholar weapon.
Just because you don't want to pass it.
No, I just want to play Scholar a bit more, and I go a bit out Coronation.
At least this is going very well considering what happened last week.
Yeah.
Target area delineated. Commencing erasure.
DPS have the spreads. Knockback.
Pretty sure the knockback is only really dangerous to those in the far back.
Yeah.
Especially considering it happens during a burst, you can just knock back cancel without losing damage.
Not everyone has a gap closer to do that with, though.
Not with that attitude.
Well, it's a 1 minute burst, so...
Uh-oh. I don't think this is gonna
this
work.
is unhealthy.
Well, I can get Shack out.
That's not going
I mean,
to help.
sorry.
That's not going to help. I don't think. Because...
Oh, fine.
No, that's not going to help.
I can take everything but the last on this side. Like, I'm going to die to the last one. No, I'm going to die to the second to last because I involved too early.
Oh, that is nice, Nathan. 3 weeks off.
It was worth a shot.
What happened? I think I saw both Shaq and Milo die to bridge break. Like, that was on the right side. I also saw a bunch of other people die to other reasons. Like, it was just the one thing that I saw.
I know someone didn't stretch their tether fully, I don't think. I don't know if that was...
I think I saw 3 spiky tethers that weren't stretched enough as they went off.
I think there was missing someone like on the top right side to stretch it from the backside icicles. because I was standing there alone.
Cat says we were 3 in the left.
Yeah, I was alone in top right.
Nomi says I went to the wrong side. Oh, okay. I guess it's just more practice with the mechanic is ultimately what we need. And also, Emir, that really sucks. That is really mean. That is really mean.
That's just extremely disrespectful. Fuck. Oh, I swore
Yeah.
there. But that ain't no parent. I think the idea of a too big shirt doesn't make sense because usually
It's also
I buy,
functional.
The reason I buy larger clothes or like larger shirts is specifically for at home use, and I wear like different shirts everywhere, and a large t-shirt is very comfortable. It is technically a form of a style.
Yeah.
It's more of like a relaxed style. You know, not understanding that just means your lack of knowledge on the matter. You know, their lack of knowledge for fashion is disappointing. Kanye West.
Don't worry, just grow into it. Yeah, I mean, you could also just say, like, just to be really snarky with him, just go, what if I actually plan to get fat? Then it's not too big. Like, what if I plan to do that? Then what are you gonna do? And it's actually a good thing that I have a too big shirt on the go.
I'll be careful with the back knockback. We did place our thing a little.
No, that's fine.
Well,
I'm going to play it safe and go out of melee range.
That's what I do on every time.
I mean, I can cover the whole arena if you want me to. Be a bit interesting though.
I will show you the world beyond.
He will show us the world.
Hey, maybe you can build up your resistance by watching the fight a little bit. Just, you know your limits.
I built up a resistance in actually playing like virtual reality from doing it excessively. Sadly, I mean, it's still gonna happen regardless.
Yeah. Some people just tend to get motion sick a lot more quickly and from different stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's also true. And sometimes you just get motion sick from like a thing, and there's not much you can do about it.
I've wasted too many lilies. It's not good. Fast reactions for that. we got bad RNG, Graham. Oh no.
Well, I think we might not even have had to move considering both of our shots were already fired, right?
Probably. Yeah, I'm not, that's why I was wondering. Like, I think it's just out of safety.
How do you know that it's your shot?
Because two
It
shots were
looks like it
fired
aimed
to
at
the
specific
right
people.
and we to the left, and we were standing on the left.
Yeah, it looks like
Oh.
it aimed at like 4 separate people. So in theory, you could just drop a meteor and stand behind that singular one.
The problem is we don't know that for certain, so
We don't try it.
someone is missing from the front left.
What do you mean?
Oh, got there.
I'm sure it's fine.
Always forget about the existence of absolute authority.
A bit disappointed. I kind of wish it was the same as the
Supports
like,
have
normal
the
version.
spreads. Supports have the spreads.
Do you think to some degree the absolute authority would be 10 times cooler if it had random AoEs everywhere?
Knockback. Keep moving. Right. I see my problem.
Well, I guess I was a bit
Sip,
too far.
didn't you have the back icicle?
No, I had the one on the left, I think.
Yeah, but didn't you have the back one of them?
No.
Because I had the front one.
When I looked at the tether, it looked on the far left. I think you might be right in that.
This is a problem.
It is weird that I
Sip
was
at
standing
back
in
one.
queue to use the same bridge as you. Then one of us did it wrong.
I should have run away.
Zip at the backside one.
I have fun doing the mechanic properly now.
Yep.
Never mind.
Right?
I
I'm
was
just
planning
jumping.
to go and invuln something, but I think I picked the wrong side.
Yeah, basically I
mean,
died
you're always
because
saying
I
to the
died
left,
because
so
I was
I
trying
can
to
see.
stand where Sip was standing because Sip stood where I was supposed to stand. But I could technically have just moved back to where Sip was supposed to stand. It would probably have worked, but
Yeah.
that doesn't change the fact that Sip took my spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say as well, you're standing directly in front of an icicle. That would not have helped either.
That's true, but that's why I'm saying I was standing where I stood because I recognized that I couldn't stand where Sip was standing. And then I died because an icicle right next to me went through me. But if I'd stood where I needed to stand, then both me and Sip would have died. Nathan, when absolute authority is cast, all the DPS or all the support are given a spread marker, and one of the remaining 4 is given a stack marker. You can actually see it in the buff debuffs, so we can see it before we start. That's why we run this way around, and then you see the people with the spread markers go to 4 predetermined positions.
That's a name I didn't expect to see login.
There's not someone who always has 2 spread markers. All I've seen was red triangle and blue arrows. Everyone gets the red triangle.
Yeah, I really
the-
like
the-
the icon for the debuff of a red triangle.
Yeah, the red triangle debuff is the stack marker. The other one is I believe it's a cross, right? I'm pretty sure it's a red cross for the stack, and it's a triangle for the spreads.
Mhm.
And right after, yeah, the blue arrows is the spread markers. Like that's the spread markers. I believe some call them flare markers, but they're basically proximity AoEs. There are 2 blue arrows, there's 4 blue arrows.
The Hall of the Novice calls them flare markers, I think.
That's what I'm saying, Nathan, is half the raid, either all the support or all the DPS, get the flare markers. And 1 person gets the stack markers. You just send the remaining people there. And because we discovered that it's either all the support or all the DPS to get the spread markers, we just, each of us have 1 designated marker we go to with our flare. And then the problem is solved. And I don't know, Emir. It sucks, but maybe it's a Saturday thing? Which still sucks. Kitsu says, remember you can spam jump during the freeze. The reason why I don't like doing spam jump during the freeze, Kitsu, I have actually explained this in Tea Time, or Walk and Talk. If you're doing this to stay moving, do you see how there is like a moment where I'm just standing still on the floor? If the game checks whether I'm moving on that exact frame, then I'm frozen. But if I'm doing this, then there is no single frame where I'm not moving. That's why we do that. Some players swear by, no, I can jump, it's fine. And like 99 out of 100 times they'll get it right. And then the game will get them. That's the reason why I don't do it. Sorry, I'll do another ready check. And also to what you said further up, Nathan, about your kids. That's exactly what a considerate parent would do. And my parents have basically done something similar. Like, not exactly that, but they basically demonstrated that they're very inclusive.
I think the problem with certain parents is they think of children as an extension of themselves, but they don't give themselves their own like identity.
Sometimes, other times it's just that like sometimes it's also just that the parent sees the child as just another human being, and the parent has some opinions.
Yeah, and that's what you call a failure. Get the good setup at least.
No, just to be clear, Kitsu, when I'm explaining it like that with the deep freeze, it's because that kind of mechanic is like there's a lot of fights with that mechanic. Like, I also do that movement on Seed of Sacrifice normal. Just to give an example.
But not on Seed of Sacrifice Extreme.
I would if the mechanic comes up.
Which it doesn't, because it's, you skip half the fight.
Yeah, half of the fight is what we skip.
Yes.
Just half of it.
The half where mechanics happen.
I skipped the greed.
Did you say you skipped the greed?
I meant the snapshot when I was greeding.
Oh.
I was gonna say, skipping greed? Are you sick?
Now we found the galaxy brain. That's what we need in Party Finder. The ability to skip greed. A lot of people wiping because someone else greeded. If only you could skip it.
You can't blame me as well. You know someone else in here greeds. Everyone greeds. Milo
I've never
greeding
greeded
right now because he's eating food.
Ham. I've never greeted. Also Ham. Like just smash cut to just before Iron Cluster M4S.
Also TVN flashbacks to
yeah.
But I would never greet.
Never.
And that stuff with Iron Cluster wasn't greed, that was science. So I knew when I had to move and how much I could get away with.
That's the same excuse I use when I die. I timed it just on time. Nice.
Hey Gorux, hope you're doing well. Sounds like you might not be doing well. Laughs and 99 totems, that sounds like
Alright, that thing can shoot multiple times at the same player.
yeah.
Thank you for the theory testing.
Yeah, I just I was the only one who stood behind the right meteor, and there were 2 shots that should have been aimed at the right meteor the way it looks.
That means we have to do it properly. That sucks.
Oh no, doing mechanics.
Oh no, having to sometimes move. The horror.
I mean,
dang
technically
it.
there is the mechanic where people just cheese it.
This is cursed.
That line
Is it?
here is touching my toes.
I had to cast Shield Lob twice.
Oh boy. Woe is you.
Indeed.
Supports have the spreads. Knockback. Flat. Keep moving.
Move it, Zip. Move it.
That's toxic.
Well, I don't want to die.
Make space for the melees.
Yeah, first
And
balls
also
of
keep
ice.
moving.
Oh, would you look at that health bar?
Hmm.
Think of the sacrifice Graham.
What
We're talking
sacrifice?
about the boss. Look at that.
Oh, I know.
If you have a way to build resources, now's the time.
Yeah.
Well,
By the way, big
Also-
damage. Big damage.
Why would I keep attacking when I can just do this?
Is this it? Well, this is the second time we get to phase
that
2,
was
so
it.
maybe this is not the one.
that wasn't a lot of damage.
What damage?
With.
Also, I like these voice lines. Outside my combo timed out. Oh, that's a fast health bar. It's ice platform.
Ice.
Hmm.
To answer your question, we
That's
can
a
have
lot of
everyone-
damage.
Do I even have enough?
This is wind.
Cross.
This is going to be
Don't
hard.
Move during it.
I might have yeeted myself off.
Healer LB.
Healer LB.
Someone needs to get up.
Careful, AoE.
We're gonna need
fine.
the healer LB.
What he...
You guys gonna have to, do the mechanic while I'm dying. So
Yeah, I recognize there's a problem there. How? Tank pillars. Tank
Yeah.
pillars. That was a lot. I had my 40% and it did 230,000 damage.
Yeah, I had Rampart and...
There
Ow.
is someone who's getting
Ow.
hit by auto attacks in a moment. I think also that.
Oh yeah, as
look.
if I could do
Multi-line.
something about the second auto attack.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
This is a lot of laser.
yes. Hey, I'm alive.
Yeah, good luck.
I think I might need some more mid on that tower. Yeah, I realized. I was trying to use Rampart and didn't make it.
Rampart plus Bulwark left me at like 10%.
Damnation alone, I just died.
Just damnation things, but that thing does some ouch.
But yeah, Prog. How low did you go?
60, something like that.
Oh.
She was at 47 when you were alive alone.
Oh. I get some mid.
Yep, 47.
Also, that platform switch from ice to hourglass was evil.
Yeah.
I forgot I shouldn't move to where the platform is gonna be and not currently, because that's void.
Yeah.
It's like, oh right, wait, no, go only for the overlap, not the entire platform.
But like the platform swap did a ton of damage compared to the transition. I will just clarify, Perrin, that on the first time when we got into the on the transition, like 3 players died because we didn't expect it to do that much damage. That's the reason why we went overboard, is because we went, whoa, that kills. And then we basically used everything, I guess. Like everyone like just piled on to the stack.
Well,
and then
I
it
only
did basically no damage.
Well, it's one of the few times where you can just stand there and hold passage of arms. So...
Should we take a moment for bio? And then go in again?
Mhm.
Right. I'll be right back. In time. Go back in.
I can't spend 10 minutes going to get coffee. I've still got some.
Another question is the break long enough for crystalline conflict match?
I think that depends on the system of like what would happen during CC. 'Cause if you get in a game which is like very long, it's like you can get a game where you just rush them and easily win.
Yeah, short crystalline conflict games can be below 2 minutes, but average game you should probably expect around 4 minutes. The queue time is the bigger problem. Often the queue is longer than the match.
Pretty much. I remember when it first released, it was like popping every day. It's a good game mode, but it's like I don't like PvP in these types of games.
since I realized the way PvP snapshots, it doesn't feel as unresponsive anymore.
Do you think they made adjustments to it?
I'm not quite sure. I only really started paying attention to PvP this patch, so I can't quite say whether they made adjustment, but it just specifically works different than PvE.
Well, I know they made adjustments to the warrior kit, specifically Primal
back.
Ren.
Are you talking about
but
PvP?
now-
Yes, I was
Basically-
considering whether I could get a Crystalline Conflict match done in the break.
No.
Well, the match probably, the queue time no.
Let's just say that the day that you try that will be the match where it's like, oh, it takes the full overtime. Is there even a limit there?
I don't know.
Perrin, to put it into like broad strokes, what they changed about PvP in 7.1, Ham has actually done a lot of testing on this. The baby steps explanation of it is attacks snapshot when the animation appears. As in, you don't get stunned by the white mage because they start the animation for the element break. You get stunned by the actual laser now. Like when the laser actually goes blam, that's when you get stunned. The
easiest
slightly more complex part of it is that snapshot includes everything. And that's thanks to Ham's testing that I know this. That means if you had, like for the white mage example, for instance, if you have a buff that makes you do more damage, and that buff ends before the laser beam connects, then the laser beam will not receive the buff, even though you click limit break in time. Which means that there are examples. A particular one that Ham also mentioned is that you can press... You can press... what was it with Monk and Rising Phoenix?
Phantom Rush.
You can press Phantom Rush and then Rising Phoenix and the damage applies?
Yes. It makes the Monk burst actually executable.
It basically...
In the minimum amount of time, otherwise you would have to double weave with a GCD of 1.8, which is...
hard. Wait, what are you double weaving?
Thunderclap, so you can get back into range.
Oh.
You used the knockback before that.
Yeah, that's true. Because does that make PvP snapshotting more in line with PvE snapshotting? No, what we had before was more in line with PvE snapshotting. What we have now in PvP snapshotting is basically... like, we went from PvE is like this, PvP is like this, to PvE is like this, PvP is like this.
Some of the more interesting things about that is also that for slow animations you can actually try to guard on reaction.
Yep, that too. If an attack has a really slow animation, then you can just like... basically, to give an example that I think a lot of players that don't play Machinist appreciate, is you can now see the targeting reticle from Machinist LB and reactively guard it. And it will work. Because when the attack lands is when it checks whether you were guarding. Or rather, it'll check for damage when the attack lands. And because you take a second to take out the sniper and everything. That also means that when the summoner drops a Bahamut, you can reactively guard that.
Yeah.
Still have no hope against the Samurai and Ninja LB though. That's true, yes.
Yeah, just don't hit the Samurai and just guard before the Ninja finishes their burst.
Just don't be below 50% near Ninja.
Yeah.
Like, it's that easy. Just don't be... just don't make yourself a target.
Like, just, you see Dokumori, that's the point where you guard, not when you're below half health. Samurai's LB still hurts, and it still penetrates guard, even if you did not hit the Samurai. But it doesn't hurt you for around 100% of your max HP.
I've started trying White Mage in frontline, and the funniest thing that I've started doing is specifically that I haven't done that many matches, so I don't have that much data on that. But I have a lot of fun with going up and then actually attacking the samurai who's clearly baiting, and then you see them like start to target switch, and then you click Miracle of Nature and leave. They're like, all
That's
right,
evil.
lip.
That's evil.
It's really funny.
Yeah, I just start dropping comets on the samurai when their buff is on like 2 seconds, and comet takes 2 seconds to hit. It's also always funny with guard. When you see the 2 seconds on guard, as a Pictomancer you can start blasting.
But yeah, basically the PvP rework made it so that attacks that have a long delay actually have a long delay, as in the whole experience. Whereas before it was just, well, I mean, if you clicked the damage, then it'll do the damage. The healers have some sort of plan. Wait, what, for what, Shaq?
Me and Zip have been discussing why you guys have been talking about PvP.
Oh, fair enough.
We were thinking about the mitigation and stuff. I think as long as you mitigate the multi-hits, we'll probably be okay.
Oh, that.
Mostly just setting out what 10% hollows, Panheimer and usage there. Figuring out like when I use Temperance, etc. It should be up by then.
Yeah, due to all the deaths and the healers being preoccupied with a lot of stuff, at least I was pretty low on defensives for the tank buster pillar, so...
Yeah, we were also...
And those decks were only with half a party.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't hurt that hard.
It's still a good idea to assume that it's going to hurt like crazy, but, you know...
Yeah, like crazy, but not like, ouch.
They're not that, not as crazy as we just witnessed, I guess. But preparing for it is still a good idea. Were there something special with the Exa
were just normal.
I think it was just
they were just normal
Exa
Exa flares. Yeah.
That's good to hear, Viek, that you had fun.
Yeah, we had a lot of trouble with Byakuo.
But yeah, if you feel like if you're used to the old PvP and you feel like everything just feels wrong now, then you can probably determine based on what we just said why it feels wrong. Because it's basically all the fundamentals of PvE combat no longer apply in PvP in those specific terms, like mechanically. What should you play? What do you mean, Emir? What options? What game? Well, I don't know what options you have.
I can't recommend the game because I know like the games I actually like are very boring to people.
Oh, what?
Kai, tell me if you like Planet Coaster.
Sip, I think I using me as the comparison is bad because I am extremely picky about games.
I'm very picky as well.
But yeah, no, I don't think I would play Planet Coaster.
I'm wanting to try the sequel, but I don't know how good the sequel will be. I'm waiting for Path of Exiles 2 to become free before I try it.
Will it become free?
Yes, the first one is.
That doesn't mean that the second one will be.
I think it literally says you can pay for early access or something.
If that's what they're saying, then like I mean, I would still say I want to see them say you can that it will be free before I would assume anything.
Yeah. Also, I might have done that. Yeah, that's fine.
They might.
I'm more or less just
That's
waiting
what I
in
was...
general for it to come out fully. I don't want to buy early access.
That's fair. That much I absolutely can understand.
Regardless of whether or not it's free or not, I don't care. Like, I'm waiting till it's out. And it's like a case of, I got too many games I gotta play right now anyway. I got Yakuza to play, and that's more important.
Fair enough, Teldabar. PoE 2 is free, is going to be free, but it's the early access period is paid for. Fair enough. I'm not saying that Sid couldn't be right. It was simply that the claim that, well, the first one was free
Well,
isn't good evidence.
I just didn't use the right terminology because I'm an idiot.
Well, I mean, you could work on it. Then it'll be less hours away.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
What did you do?
I forgot to put my Lily down.
Oh.
It's not an issue, it's just a bit disappointing.
Yes. Good pattern.
The pattern that makes us happy.
The pattern that does not make me move.
This pattern does not elicit happiness. And this pattern does.
Oh, this.
I suppose I can use the
annoying.
Lily now. You got the really rude setup.
The root setup?
I got a long way
Even
to
stuck
run.
in the back corner of the map. No area to get to the middle.
Yeah.
And
That happens.
one of the worst parts is that I'm low on
Supports have the spreads.
I'm low on gauge when that mechanic happens, so
Ooh.
yeah, that's annoying.
Knockback. Well, at least you have time to get some now.
Yeah, don't complain if you don't get an intervention for these auto attacks, then.
I don't think I've been demanding those.
But you're getting them.
Huh?
Hey, you've already paid for it. But
Did
you've
I
already been
pay?
given for it, the product, you have to pay for it now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I went on the wrong path. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Don't see the problem.
Go ahead, Aradel, you have to go first. That's the rule.
Yep, I had a feeling it was that. Tried to Benny myself just before it went off.
Oh dear, we have a melee dead. Well, that's not going to work if we have a melee dead.
Yeah. I was gonna say one of the
Enjoy
range should
game,
probably have
Emil.
taken it, but I did a slow cooldown.
Did you say, you said what?
I was thinking a range could have taken it, but I did a slow cooldown.
Probably, but that's
bit
not
odd.
something we have planned. I'm guessing the intended solution is that everyone cycles, you know, Raining Cat style.
Yeah, it is basically just raining fiends.
I do have to say there's a really funny resolution there, Shaq. I got up to the north, and as I was shuffling into a position, I realized Jack and I needed to swap, and then we swapped like last second. Oh boy.
Why must you position yourselves outside of my bubble?
Your booble? Your booble?
I'm standing in the booble.
You, the booble? We're in the booble.
Yeah. No, I've noticed people tend to start stand further back than they need to with the line AoEs.
That's possible.
To be fair, it's probably because in case you don't want to get overlapped, which is fine.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that is a...
Potato overboard. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well.
That's what we call... boiled potato. That's the wrong terminology because it's not fire, it's wind.
That's right.
Tossed potatoes?
Probably say splashed potato, but I'm not quite sure whether there's a flaw down there somewhere.
Just the reason you die is you just fall forever.
I made the mistake of not using my thin air when doing that resurrection out.
Oh no.
I survived!
Did you get the first laser?
I got both.
Yeah, I think if you get the first from those lasers, magic bone falls off before the second instance of the lasers hits.
Oh,
So
lucky.
that's,
But I'm not 100% sure on that.
well, I just confirmed it for you. It does give a bonus back though, which is a bit disappointing. I have the melee now.
Weighty blow.
Oh. coronation streak.
Wow.
Oh, she just hates me.
Yep. That happens.
One of us is going to switch.
What happened?
No, we was off from the middle back. So they snapped cat. DPS flares.
The flares is on supports.
Oh. I have flares as well.
That's
Oops.
going to hurt. Did you also have a flare?
Milo had the stack marker and the flare.
Yep.
So,
We just forgot
just,
that the mechanic was there was a follow-up, or I at
I
least
took it
did.
for the team.
well, I wanted to test the thing because I didn't have a swift cut, so I couldn't res anyone, and we would have probably died going into ice phase. They look like it's a lot more heavier than I thought, and I'm happy that.
How about the auto
tested
attacks?
that.
Oh, they do be the hurt here.
Oh, the auto attacks are very nice.
Oh damn, Red White steal damage?
Hey Naomi! What the... How are you doing? Right, so...
Now you can show how the bridges are meant to be done.
Yeah. And
I think
Kai,
I
you're the
goofed it.
one standing wrong, Kai.
Yep. Whee! That is correct. That was me. Because of my
know,
failure, we're
show
not.
them
We
how it's
won't.
not
We're
done.
not like we basically lost out on a clear.
And this is how it's not done.
Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do. And we basically had it, and the mount was practically guaranteed. Now we just don't get a mount because of my failure.
Oh yeah, this fight can
Alright,
drop a
these
mount.
things drop mounts.
Yeah, these things. this fight actually drops stuff, guys.
Yeah, when
Yeah, I'm
we win
pretty
the
sure-
fight, this will be my third mount. Because I will win it.
Oh man.
And that's what all the other extremes have told me. Except, I can't remember if it was Naomi or Cat that won it really early on.
Cat.
Okay, it'll be
I'm-
Cat, man.
If I'm in the party, you win. Them early.
I believe.
But I think I
I'm
won the
disappointed.
one and only Endwalk X3 mount I saw drop, so...
Oh, this is a terrible setup.
We think it's a great setup.
They should make it more less random, more concrete.
Are you... Sorry? I still was in it, I think.
Yep.
Are you sure we needed to be more concrete, considering all mechanics are basically set in stone already? Like, do you need more than that?
No, they have like a 50-50 that they'll rotate between two versions. I just want them to stay on one singular version, so it becomes easier.
I mean, like, all mechanics are in a set sequence. Do you really want it to be more consistent than that?
I think it would be interesting if the phases here would be random in their order.
In the order? Oh, though, like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I can see that. But considering how much harder the ice phase is compared to the others, I feel like that could be really annoying.
Yeah,
like
it
a
would be
Mando,
nice
they have
to
it a bit
be
more
able
random.
to start with Ice Phase.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. So you can practice each mechanic.
Yeah, so it's like Emperor all over again.
Let us rise above death. Splat.
Why do they keep doing this to me? I don't want to go over and be floating.
Don't worry, the moment you expect it to be in a certain way, it won't be in that way.
I think I was standing on the last pixel of the map. I didn't almost fall off. No.
Yeah,
You almost went through Narnia.
True Narnia is so good.
It's a very effective action from the boss.
also called unavoidable room-wide knockback.
Aha, I don't have to move now.
Scam.
Cat with a big brain of not moving at all, just stand behind the meteor that obviously goes last. It's that easy.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
Oh,
Oh,
this
never mind.
works.
What? Huh?
I think you were on the other side of the map, so you didn't see.
No, I was in Super Narnia.
Let's just say there was a line directly along the front.
Oh.
Very scary.
Yes.
DPS have the splits? Knockback? Splat.
Oh, you get a good body shot of her when she goes into ice phase.
Good body shot of who?
The boss.
Uh-oh.
That doesn't look good.
That's a cool elf. That's an elf that...
Well,
Oh, dang it.
Uh-oh.
tally-ho.
I'm very late.
Yeah, I was also very late.
I'm just gonna tank this. I don't remember which one to shoot first.
Yeah, that's good.
Alright, not yet. Alright, I'll tank it.
That doesn't work.
Alright!
Alright!
So... How you all doing? Hey, the bridges regenerate.
Yeah, apparently they can fully regenerate. Weird. I have determined that I need the picture of a ice bridge strat on visibly somewhere where I can see it, because every time I get the back row icicles, I'm like, I wonder.
Yeah, I just didn't
That's what
notice.
I've been doing the whole time.
I was too distracted by the elf sickle and I didn't notice whatever I had.
I was ready
Elf-sickle.
for my position, and I thankfully stopped the last second because I saw someone like making a beeline to it. and then they died because of bridge throw.
Yeah, I understand. No, that's exactly the reason why I often go like keep moving when that mechanic happens, because precisely that it's so easy to forget. The elf sickle. That's really
Is
funny.
that a new Reaper weapon?
Why a Reaper weapon? Oh, the sickle. Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, so we blaming that away from me because of what I said.
I'm not sure what you actually said.
I said we get a full body shot of the boss in Ice Phase, where you can see her whole body. Which would deviate attention to looking at the boss.
You do you.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you're into that.
Look, all I'm saying is it's a mecha. You ever watched Gundam before?
No.
Not that nice of a mecha.
We're gonna be having words later.
What kind of words?
Ones where you should play an old PS2 mecha game. It has like very bad voice acting.
PS2. I played Zero Divide 2 for PS1.
Yeah, well, guess what? I played GTA for the PS1.
That's not a mecha game.
Well, I played Xenoblade Chronicles X, so on the Wii U, I owned one of those things.
I still do.
I have a Nintendo Switch, but I've never owned a Wii. It's too expensive.
G-Police count? I guess? Does it? No! Potat!
I looked at the
Potatoes!
arrow as where I should be running to.
I almost went the wrong way as well.
You have such a nice flashy arrow showing you.
I'm pretty sure I had G-Police for... Isn't that a game where you like control like a helicopter or something? What? Is it not? It's been a long time. It is? Yeah, in that case, then I had that game.
I don't remember what games I had. I had this... What games did I own? Sorry, it's a lot of Call of Duty. So it's very hard to remember.
Came out before DualShock? Well, we only had DualShock controllers, because we're a little late to the party. But I can recognize it probably failed, because I'm pretty sure we got that game in like a pack of 3 games. That's usually not how you sell a successful game. Buy this game, we'll throw into extra ones for free.
You say it's a successful game. I'll have you know, the Orange Box has 3 of the best games in the world.
The Orange Box, wasn't that basically like a pseudo collector's edition that came out with all those games all at once?
I don't know why I went up here. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is Valve did that, and I had that for the Xbox 360. That's unlucky RNG.
The Orange Box, not to be confused with the Oranges Box. That's just fruit.
It was something made by Valve. I know the console version of TF2 was missing a lot of stuff, but they never updated it. It's missing all the store items and whatnot. It was a really good system though, because you get basically 4-1.
And what were the
Yeah,
games in
amazing
the orange
cookie.
box again?
4-1, Team Fortress 2, and Half-Life 2.
Oh.
3 amazing games. Granted, I find Half-Life 2 a little bit more boring. I prefer
DPS have the
Half-Life 1.
spreads. DPS have the spreads. Knockback. I remember many years ago I bought like a steel, well, supposedly steel, I don't think it was actually steel, box which included Half-Life 2, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think that's the orange box because it was distinctly not orange. And it was a physical box.
Pretty sure they have something called Orange Box on Steam as well, which like collections of those exact games. You can just buy it in a bundle.
Let's keep moving.
That's also how you get if you buy the Half-Life collection, you can also get, what do you call it?
Left hand is first.
We're missing a melee.
I get one of the range to take it.
We might be fine if Naomi doesn't die here. Or freeze here.
You spoke too soon.
Naomi? Oh, Naomi's frozen.
Good luck.
Uh-oh. Raise the boat. Hope you're doing well.
It's like, where's my body for the tether? Oh.
That's the only way I started blasting, yeah. Oh.
Ah, that did 2.78 million to me.
Oh. Well, that was
almost
basically
survivable.
survivable.
Yeah. No, you took the correct bridge back, I think. I had to stop as well a bit to check, but we took the same bridges back.
We'll have to be a bit more
Yeah,
attentive to
the
talking people
question
up to it,
is
I think.
if it's about going back, it's if you're in the second set of icicles, then you have to go back first. Both because you're closest, so you can do it first, but also because we've agreed that you go first. So the people that went out first are waiting for you to go. So like they'll basically, optimally, will basically just like ready up and stand at the bridge if you don't go. Because if they go and then you go, then you both die. Just needs a little bit more mid. Yeah, basically, you would have had it, Milo. You just needed, how many million did you say? 2.4?
It was 2.78.
Okay, in that case, you need like, let's see. I think you could do it with like 95% damage reduction, maybe?
Yeah, just...
If you're a tank.
Yeah, just tank LB and kitchen sink, both.
And then you really know it's going crazy when you both need a kitchen sink and a tank LB.
Yeah, the famous samurai tank LB.
Yes. The ultra kitchen sink. When you need the LB and also kitchen sink.
It's not the kitchen sink, it's the entire kitchen.
Yeah. It's the only thing left is the sink.
Oh, I love sinks.
You threw the room in as well.
You like a fan of like marble sinks? Like what type of material are we talking?
What?
What type of sink topping? Like material do you use? Wait, sorry, I meant counter. No, are you like a marble type top guy?
I'm very confused is what I am.
I think someone is trying to make a reference no one is understanding.
Or they're just talking gibberish.
That's why I just didn't listen to Sam.
Ah, yes. Well, you see, the trick is to not listen.
I'm immune.
Are you though?
Yeah, I can ignore you whenever I want.
That's kind of disrespectful.
I said when I want, I'm not ignoring you now. Alright, don't go in the direction the arrow is pointing.
Boink.
Maybe I should start using Cure 1.
What? Why? Why?
Authentic.
What?
I feel like the button's been getting a lot of like harsh reception recently.
It's going to get a lot more harsh reception if you start using it.
No, there's a difference there. I'll get harsh reception. I'll prove it's good.
You will not prove it's good.
You'll probably get a very grumpy Sage on your case.
I think Sip is getting sleepy, guys.
Where is he waking up?
I'm waking up!
Hello.
Doesn't want to go down.
Explosion!
Okay, so just so you know, because I tested it just a second ago, Temperance can negate the damage that from the like meteors, but it cannot negate enough damage to survive the attack after as well.
Hmm. Congratulations, Ridleyan. Nice.
And I assure you, it was a test.
They call him the Chicken Bushman.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
I had to change the coloring because I had purple before and it didn't match.
Chicken Caesar salad. Emphasis on the salad. Also, he knows Zeril. Hope you're doing well.
I don't think I've ever had a chicken Caesar sandwich.
I don't know if I've had either. I mean, chicken sees her salad. It's just a normal day on the farm when chicken sees her salad.
Prog.
Also, you are correct, I'm very tired. It's just about the time my body just kicked in and felt tired for about an hour.
Well, that's inconvenient because we're going for another hour-ish. Maybe a bit less given the lockout, I don't know. Probably figure that out in a bit.
Well, my body's a bit weird. Because like in an hour I'll be wide awake until 4 AM. Sorry, 4 AM? 7 AM.
There is something magical about the ice bridge mechanic, because it feels like even if I know exactly what I'm supposed to do, even if I have a picture of what I'm supposed to do, I still go, the moment I get my tether. It gives me stupid debuff.
Well, it is really hard to identify what you are actually tethered to. With
Yes.
8 players on such small
Yes,
area.
that too.
I think it's more of an issue for the second party, because the first party get tethered immediately.
I actually thought I was in the first wave in the like the last try when we got there, and I wasn't.
Yeah.
It took a second
Yes,
for
in
me
the-
to realize.
Second party is way easier to
Yes.
identify.
Because the first party is on the way out.
Haha, perfectly timed healing.
No, yeah, I straight up can look at the picture, which it would be the same as a macro, I would say. Make sure you're not near other players. Well, that was what we were just talking about. It's difficult to find a spot to be on your own because there's not a lot of space.
Oh, this is bad. Mr. Gravity Switcher.
But still, I appreciate the advice, Piek. I just feel like the picture's fine. Uh-oh. This is going to be an awkward one. We nailed it.
It's gonna make any of you end up in true Narnia, so that's good.
Oh, we're a bit done with True Narnia for a bit. So that would be weird if we were.
Didn't you read the script? We're done with that.
Everyone loves a bit of true Narnia comeback.
Oh no.
Oh, this is bad.
We had to bring it up.
Let's hope it gets done quickly. And with high.
Alright, I'm now without invuln.
Come left.
Supports have the spreads.
That means...
Knockback.
That means we have to do Graham side of Raining Cats.
Yes, the right
Perfect.
side needs to catch correctly.
Hmm.
But I had the I was of the
Move,
opinion that
move.
having only one death going into absolute authority was the easier way.
Remember to keep moving.
Bolt still takes second. Oh, you should probably take the back bridge, so I can take the tether. Tether, please?
No, you can't have it. clearly.
Now this was just scam. Yeah,
Can someone res Milo for me, please?
I already done it.
Already.
Thank you.
That is weird. She really wants to do one of them, huh? Oh man!
Yeah, that was with 3 Vunsec, that makes sense.
But that tether was really stubborn.
That was really weird.
Didn't like me. Also, I love transitions where my cooldowns can't tick down.
Ice.
Yeah. That's wind.
Wind.
I can accommodate something more here, right? Yeah.
I might have popped that a bit too early because I thought that would do a lot more damage, but that's fine.
Here come the Extra Flares. Ow.
Get to backsides.
Thanks, Busters.
Big red vines incoming. To line AoE.
Line stack.
Yeah, tell us when it's doing that right now. It should be minor damage. It'll be now this event that big red vines happen.
Melee LB might be a good idea soon. Whenever it works.
Now it's a normal line AoE.
Oh, it's just one for a second. That's not a set.
I guess I'll pop and
This is probably
dart.
range.
I would be surprised
That'll
if
be
that were
headband.
enraged,
There we
because that was not long. We basically, if we are not best in slots, you would not be making that in rage.
No.
No.
I have to admit, I still have no idea how you see what bridge is gonna be.
You see how the arena is going clockwise or anti-clockwise? Like it'll
No.
be like so, it's a very
No, I literally I don't.
Look at the pattern if you look where the boss used to be.
Yeah.
That pattern
It's-
will be spinning, either clockwise or counterclockwise.
Okay. I felt like I
And-
couldn't see it at all.
If it goes clockwise, the platform that will be shown to our right will switch. If it goes
Yes.
counterclockwise, the pattern to our the platform to our left will show.
Yeah, like
And
that was what I
that
got,
whole-
but every time I looked at it, it was like I can't see. Like I can't see the tell, so I don't know.
Basically, looking at the skybox behind the boss, that thing will be spinning either clockwise or counterclockwise.
Also, thank you everyone in the chat. That was a really short phase too.
Yes.
VX says, want a hint for the phase 2 shifting arena now that you've cleared it? Sure.
I know there is like cheese spots.
Cheese spots?
I don't know where they are, but I know they are there, and you can just stand there for every platform.
Is that
Oh, that is
the,
pretty funny.
the mechanic the party finders try?
Find the
Yep.
spot that is on all platforms?
So, for example, that should be.
Here's one.
I
think?
assume that's what they
Are there
use
8 of
the
them?
markers now.
Yeah, there are 8. That's where the marks are. Yeah, for party finder.
Ah, that is quite interesting.
Yeah, the marks we use aren't that
A bit
useful,
west?
to be
Oh,
honest.
there! Right, okay, yeah. Ignore which direction it spins, just stand on the fancy spot. Yeah, I can see that. That is pretty funny. Well,
Stand in spot.
I mean, we also had the case of why you're not just doing the absolute authority cheese, and we were like, well, we didn't look up what it was, and then we found out a way to do it our way. That's basically our like Bonnie out of a hat trick whenever we do extreme prog, is that we do absolute authority, quote unquote, correctly. By correctly, it's we're not just going smash the cooldowns.
Wait, you can just face tank that or something like that?
Apparently the flare markers don't do enough damage, so if you just use enough defensives, you can just tank it and just eat the whole thing in one big blob.
I can say as well, the previous pool where I had both the stack and a flare marker, I was basically standing besides the two flare markers at the top and in between the stack spots, and no one took considerably more damage.
Should we
So
take a
probably,
picture?
Like, small.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like my
Pictures even. We have about 10 minutes.
That's 10 minutes of
Set.
styling.
Now I have to think about what I do for the picture. Now I have to make choices.
Welcome back, Zilly. Yeah, I feel like we kind of suddenly got it. It felt like phase 2 was like, it was almost like they designed it like, it has to be easy enough that you can kind of just like it's really punishing, and you still have to like consider like spacing from each other with all the spread stuff. But it does feel it felt almost more like a casual duty in the type of mechanics there were, because you could kind of just wing a lot of them, just kind of go, I'll figure it out. The only problem was that I basically, like, I'm not sure what it was, but I straight up could not see that it was spinning. So I just hoped that someone would call it, because I had no idea. I was like, I hope someone else has got this, because I don't. You can heavily mitigate absolute authority, just stack and ignore the mechanic after the puddles. I just feel like if you have to already do all the puddle stuff, I'm not entirely sure how much you gain from that. Someone said they were not ready? Who was it that didn't say ready?
I'm ready now.
Oh, well, and those that have already gone into G-pose, you might want to... It's cast stop time. Yeah, I see it. It's just like, with the amount of movement you already were forced to do. Yep, they Bonzi. We just finished, essentially. Well, we just won. Heh. the twin sea bunnies. Wait, we have 7 minutes, so I hope people don't need too long for the pictures.
I think we got 5 more minutes when we open the chest now. I'm joking. I don't think that's wrong.
What?
I don't know. Jeez.
Alright, today the level 1 aura managed to clear an entire Savage tier, a new Extreme, and an Unreal 2 times.
Yep. But yeah, the only thing that we knew for sure was that there was cheese for Absolute Authority, and that it involved basically not doing the mechanic right. Hey Scarlet, hope you're doing well.
Where is the last one?
Is that right? Is it here, not here? Is it here?
It should be here because this is the bridge.
Hmm.
I think.
Oh, you can place easy markers with the clear platform.
Yes, and we
Yeah.
have 6
It's like,
minutes, so
oh,
it might as well do that.
I've been making screenshots to put this in Photoshop and find where the places are. It's like, oh, this makes it easy.
Oh, we're still missing 2. Are they way further back, or where are they?
I'm still looking for them. So it should definitely be
Going to be
here
one of my
somewhere.
best post choices.
Nozarel says, if I recall correctly, the range need to adjust when it's wind to not clip each other. Oh.
Because wind goes to here.
Are you ready soon, Ham? For the loot?
Yeah, I'm just doing lighting.
Sure, it's just that there's 5 minutes on the clock.
This has to suffice.
All right. It's just like it's you know, it's an extreme trial. You just roll as if it's an extreme trial.
What's
I'll
weapons?
just pass on it because 735 monk.
Right. Exactly, Nazarel. You can't stay here. Hmm. Oh.
Oh, crap. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to override it.
Oh no.
Wait a second. There they are.
Thank you.
Well,
I already saved.
What's the back ones? Did you find them?
Not yet. But I want to at least save this.
Right.
And then I can eyeball from screenshot for next time.
Probably somewhere here.
That would, if it's somewhere around here, then that would explain why the ranged has to be careful.
But I think the earth one only goes to here, where I'm standing. This is the back right corner.
Yeah, this is where you... So basically you probably have like here. This should be possible with the outer one from Earth. And you have then to...
There you just adjust a bit, like this.
Yeah, if you have ice, you need to stand slightly further back.
Viek offered to just give us the markers.
Yeah, I think that's easier.
That could work. If you have time, Viek.
Oh, she drops 2 totems.
Oh yeah.
I can
think
do the
basically
thing
like
now.
this. This would be my guess then.
Yep. Well, you could save that, and then we have it. just for comparison's sake. It might be a little hard to do. Mount farm time then, Kappa. Not necessarily. Is this worth 2 totems?
It seems like it.
Apparently.
We got 2.
Considering this is worth 2 totems, and the reason it's worth 2 totems is because that's 2 less totems I have to get. Or 1 less totem, I mean, sorry.
I don't know if the new plan will then be that that we will do Savage, then Unreal, and then farm EX3 until we're done, until we have the totems or something. I don't know if that's what we're gonna do, but we could go again here. We just have to make sure we get the markers from Yek before we do anything. It's also getting late.
We also need to get more consistent at ice bridges, I think.
Yeah.
What?
What do you mean until we get the totems? We'll obviously get 8 mounts first before 50
yeah,
clears.
right, of course. Yep.
I mean, technically, having a full 8-man party would have a higher chance, percentage-wise, of doing it with randoms.
Yeah, I mean, because you have a chance of getting 8 mounts, like because you like it wouldn't be someone gets them out and then right, look at the time, but.
I mean, considering I've only seen 4 drop for 99 totems on EX1.
The funny part is if we started doing Extreme 3 on our own, then we would have to figure out how Party Finder does it.
No, we'll just use our strat because they are correct, because it works.
Yeah, we'll just do it our way. Yep.
I mean, if you put in the description, like, not using those strats.
Yeah, we just put a raid plan explaining our strat. The weird part is that some mechanics we just assume that there isn't a strat for, we just don't mention. It's just, well, obviously you do that.
What's the numbers looking like?
It's like, well, everyone knows that there's a specific order to how we take the first soaks in the Law of Earth. Like, everyone knows that it's mustard bomb positions from as in our team exactly.
Absolute authority, like, correctly, we would just stand there and take it.
I mean, we could probably make it work with if we have most of the raid team, and we can figure out the things that are different if needed. Call our absolute authority strat Diddy Kong Racing and refuse to elaborate further. Yeah. And you see, the genius is that, like, we curve the path a bit. Oh, Viek is here. Anyone that doesn't mind just stepping out for a second so I can get the markers?
Careful, if you say it like that, multiple people will leave at once. I think that's what happened last time.
Well, that's why Aerodel is really fast. We don't have to have a balanced team to get in, as I recall.
No, we just need 8 people. I remember because last time we said that we had like 4 people immediately leave.
Yep.
But I could have just gone Blue Mage to get in. If we don't need a balanced team.
So.
Yeah. Slightly under level.
I think you need at least, level.
Let me just save that. And then we can see the difference.
Yeah, that's different.
This is what
Milo
found.
smaller.
This is what people use. That's
Fair enough.
Oh, I know why, because of the ice bridges.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
right.
having a hard time because I didn't know how big these circles were. So I wasn't sure if I could fit one in between them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I was in G-Post when you were starting to figure that stuff out, so...
I just also want to point out that the A and 1 marker in yours is, like, exactly where the 2 and B are. Yes. And your D and 4 are basically the same spot, and...
the north ones have
your B and 2 are also pretty much on where they're supposed to be. It's just the blue markers that are different.
Yeah.
Stanley says, honestly, now that I've seen Absolute Authority, why do people cheese it? Well, based on what I understand, I don't know if that's actually true. Nathan earlier basically said, well, that it made it sound like the spread markers were assumed to be somewhat unpredictable and weird in Absolute Authority. So there's a possibility that a lot of players just have no idea how the mechanic actually works and just, like, basically, in a static, you can just have the raid leader go, oh, by the way, the spread markers are on the DPS, or they're on the supports, and then everyone knows what to do. But if you're in Party Finder, you would need to have like a party macro that announces it or something. And then people would actually have to, you know, think for a second.
And that's where it goes wrong.
And yeah, I guess part of it is just that people have discovered that they don't need the defensive cooldowns. That they're like just throwing on the pyre in the pursuit of laziness.
Yeah. Phase 1 doesn't really deal that much damage. Phase 2 can hit hard.
And yet there's also the argument of caster uptime. It's basically the DPS strat, maximum damage strat. Because it means that the casters can maybe get one extra cast or two in. In Party Finder, you'd need to look at your debuffs, which is clearly too much. Yeah, that was kind of what I was insinuating, but then I realized that like you could just make a macro and like announce.
Also, look, we found a cat girl.
That
We finally brought a cat girl into an instance.
I mean, did you ever do P10S in Party Finder? I never did P10S. Looking at debuffs aren't Party Finder's strong suit. Thanks. Whee!
Oh, because he did that, I can't do this.
Thanks up.
Want to do that to my left.
Now this is going to be a problem.
She requires ether.
Yeah, but she never told us for what. My people
Well-
need me.
Are your people in her?
I mean, technically, because she is
no.
just a very large computer.
I just learned that they're not.
They're not what?
Very empty in there.
Oh. You just get sucked in, it's just like clonk, 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 as you just fall down to the bottom.
Now, how much damage does that stack actually deal?
And yeah, part of the
Oh,
reason...
actually not that much.
Part of the reason why I'm somewhat averse to Party Finder is mostly because if I don't know what strategy Party Finder is using, then I might be concerned that I can't figure it out, even if it's rather obvious. Learning in Party Finder is more annoying due to various prog points and rarely reaching mechanics due to outside factors like prog lying and Party Finder activity. Yeah, there's also the part, like, one thing is prog lying, and for those that are like, prog lying? It's a term that, means essentially, like, when you go into Party Finder, you will see that there will be groups. If they're progging, they'll be like, we are pushing from this mechanic onward. Like, for instance, if we had posted our group up as Party Finder, we would have been like, the prog point would have been reaching like, basically would be Hardened Rage in phase 1, you could say. We could also argue that we are still on ice bridges a bit. But prog lying is basically joining a group that is further than your prog point. As in, if, for instance, you haven't even seen past Absolute Authority, like you're still stuck on that one, but you join a group that is working on ice bridges. What's going to happen is if you're stuck on Absolute Authority for a reason, then you have now moved the group's prog point down to absolute authority, because you're not going to get it right. At least not as right as they would expect you to. That's prog lying. Like, in a nutshell. Other things is also just that, like, I would also say that sometimes prog lying is, like, people will say that someone is prog lying when that's not what's happening. It's just that someone has overestimated, or overestimated how good they are, or alternatively underestimated how bad, or how good, underestimated how much they should be prepared before moving on. Like, someone going, well, I've seen ice bridges, but they've only seen ice bridges with, like, 3 players alive, and they didn't get any of them. Like, they didn't get the previous mechanic right, but they saw ice bridges, so technically. And it can also just be a case of someone that has, like, reached the mechanic and has practiced it, but clearly the mechanic beforehand, they just haven't practiced enough. Yeah, I've seen ice bridges in a video. Indeed. Some people can be like that, I think. Well, obviously I can do it. I watched the guide. Like, how hard can it be? Very hard, actually. Many Party Finder players are pretty excellent because they wiped to fight so many times that they know it perfectly. Sometimes. Like, the thing is, raiding in Party Finder is like a random roll. You could get anything. But the funny thing is that, based on what I've been told, like what people have shared, it seems like the more problematic a specific mechanic is, the more likely people are going to prog lie about that mechanic. As in, skip to something later. The logical reasoning being that if you've seen, I don't know, Witch Hunt 30 million times, but the groups you join just never get past it, at some point you'll be like, well, I know how to do it. I'll join a group for the next mechanic so I get people that also know how to do it. But yeah, thank you for the markers, Viek. That might be helpful. It probably will. The question is whether we will use those or we'll stick to the magic 8 that we've had with the corners and whatnot, or if we can figure it out on the fly without marking them.
Yeah, honestly, I think those are somewhat useless considering it's just the corners and the middle between the corners. I think that should be doable without markers.
Yeah.
I think it's handy to like have them still saved to put
oh
it
yeah,
up at the beginning to
I saved
like, get a
yours as
reminder
well,
of where to
Milo.
go.
I saved your markers as well, Milo. Just
what I do like about
So we
our
have them.
poses that we took, Graham in every picture is in a different pose.
Yes. I'm the only I'm the only one who took the canonical pose. The rest is all fanfic.
Parents, as
To
an
be fair-
ultimate party finder, people will kick you from parties if your tombstone percentage isn't up to the correct point in the fight. That one is like, it's double-sided because on the one hand, that makes sense. Like, the sheer difficulty of progging that makes sense that people will be like, no, you're not jumping ahead in the queue. Like, you have to reach this point yourself before, like, you can just join a group for it. Like, you can't just jump over things. On the other hand, it can also be scary because there is a very real possibility that there will be ultimate groups that don't log anything. That means that you could have gotten really far and just have no evidence of it. And one hand to that is, well, you could just log it yourself, and then the other to that is, of course, well, what if I'm on a console? And then the other hand to that is, well, surely someone in your group is logging. Like, what's the probability that you get 8 players together that are not logging?
8 players.
Well, what's the
want to
probability
play an
that
ultimate
what is the
that,
probability
are
that
not logging?
that all 8 are console players? And what's the probability that among the PC players, that some of them just don't log? Like, you could say, well, if you're on a PC, that's on you that you didn't. Well, maybe. Nazarel says, was helping a streamer yesterday that got called out in Savage for lying about having cleared M2S, even though the party was duty complete, which means that they wouldn't have been able to join without having cleared it, simply because they'd never been in a party that logs. And almost always the streamer can't log. I would assume the streamer has video proof. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But also, I'm pretty sure you can't. Can you join a party finder that is posted as duty complete as a requirement if you haven't completed it?
I don't think that's a possibility.
I'm pretty sure that the system says no. So, like,
yeah, for
if you
example,
set up the
there's
party,
a
you
Binding
can.
Call of Bahamut turn 1 on the party finder. I can't join it. I've never done coils.
Which
I only have it.
Parents says, if you set up the party yourself, you can.
Yeah.
That is weird, by the way. That is weird. Like, that, I can see why you can do that, because like the game just lets you do that. Like, you set the requirements for the people that join you. That's the purpose of that. But I was equally shocked when I realized that you can set an item level requirement above what you have, which is like, you know, weird for me. There must have been a message saying that someone is yet to clear it. Yeah, I think we're just vibing really in.
Realistically, the benefit, not the benefit, what people should be doing is becoming more trustworthy and not lying.
Oh,
But
that's
yes.
hard.
That is just what the player base should do, and it sucks that that isn't the case.
Oh yeah, that is true, Perrin. It wouldn't be very easy to cheat, because if you make a party finder group, for instance, for M2S, and set duty complete as a requirement for people to join, but you haven't cleared it, then you make the group, everyone assumes no one's lying, then you enter the duty, then a really funny text pops up that says something about you getting a second chance if you clear it, because there's a first timer here. Right? And everyone else knows they're not the one. So by that point, they already know it must be the leader then. Let's just do Savage and Duty Finder like JP, folks. Oh boy.
You know, we could all just clear at the same queue at the same time, like 8 players, with a party queuing at the same time, so we can command each other.
Karen says, I just cleared one of my alts in M4S the other day. Which of course means that they would have, like, they could have joined a group that is technically duty complete by asking to get in anyway. Because they have completed, but not on that character. Among Us emergency meeting sound suddenly starts.
My tank go. That's a mistake.
I haven't even thought about the fact you could do commendations in a Savage. Oh yeah. That is, if you could actually settle on a strat, that'd be actually doable. Don't most party finders within like a week or two end up agreeing on a strat? Sometimes a really bad one. but like a strat. Parent says load in, message pops up. It's my alt I've cleared. Right. Now you've set up the trap. Like that's the way you do it. That's just the way you do it. The problem of course arrives if someone goes, can you prove it? And then like if you legit have cleared, then you can just, you know, send log of your alt, and then the question is, how do you prove that that is your main, I guess, but how do you prove that that's your main? Because technically you could just post a clear with 8 names that are not in your current party.
Well, technically what I can do is, because my alt's got the same name and all the same identities and the same visual look, I can just post the achievement I've got from my M4S clear.
On load zone you can link alts to your main. Oh yeah, that's true. You just send a random 99. That would be pretty funny. Sally says, I've seen Partyfinder argue about things for months. Oh yeah, like I think I've heard that there's like often like 2 strategies. But often there is one that is more popular.
Always frustrating when an open world mob can't even take free attacks from Hammer Stamp.
Oh, that's what I can do. I can get my hat and I can just get my hat with books. This is brilliant.
Oh yeah, right. I've like probably at this point 8 books or something from certain.
Yeah, I can just get the book I need for my outfit.
I've just been giving them to my return, like, yeah, you can go read.
Yeah, I've been collecting books as well. Just like, on the one hand, I could use them for glaze and twine. On the other hand,
you get the weekly coin now.
Exactly.
Yes.
Which I have 2 of them right now.
I think I have like 3 or 4.
Like I'm like sitting on them, like, what should I spend them on?
I think next week I'm probably just going to use the books from M3S if I don't get the item I need for the thing I need.
Let's see.
Oh, I don't need.
Do I need that I can actually use?
Silverman says, people genuinely did that in my time in WoW during Season of Discovery. This is my alt, and sent some really high pass from someone that wasn't them. Oh boy. That reminds me, like years ago, when I played, the WoW equivalent of duty complete requirement tends to be show achieve. So it can be something like, oh yeah, well, to join this group, you need to have already the achievement for clearing the final boss. Or if it's like Prog on a higher difficulty, it can be, well, you need the achievement for the previous difficulty. Yeah, also things like gear score, M+ score. Yeah, it's gonna matter, right? In raid, but maybe it would in Mythic Plus. They probably would. But the achieve thing was actually something people started to circumvent with an add-on. Probably not surprising. The way they did it was that there was an add-on that basically I never got it myself, so I didn't actually I didn't need it. That's the thing, is that I usually either had the achievement or I was either the leader or knew the leader, and we wouldn't require the achievement if we didn't have it. Things like that. But the add-on allowed you to basically just generate a link with like the achievement link, which is like the same as when you link an item in Final Fantasy XIV, where you can just view it, right? But when you clicked on the achievement, so it would show the achievement description. Normally the way it is when you send an achievement link is that you can see the name of the achievement, what it entails, the quote-unquote owner of that achievement, and it will show whether they have or have not cleared it, and if it shows that they have cleared it, it will show the date that they cleared it. Some players got around this quote-unquote problem by just linking the achievement, because it doesn't say that you cleared it in the text alone. The raid leader has to click the achievement and see, yes, indeed, that is a clear, not just the achievement. Because you could just link the achievement and it just says has not cleared if you open it. But because like people didn't expect others to do that, because that's pretty funny. They just invited anyway, because they're in a hurry. The alternative was use the add-on, and the add-on could just generate basically a fake version of the achievement that said that it was successful, and you could choose what the date was. So you could just choose it to be January 1st, 1999.
Oh yeah, I cleared day 1.
Yeah, day 1. And the thing is, people actually did fall for that too. How is it going, Emir? They could check the website. Yeah, exactly. They could do that. They could just look up the character in Armory and see. I would say, Silvermint, in this particular case, that I think the real mistake is that the main reason why people started doing this is because people got really quick to block people that hadn't cleared yet from entry. Alright, Emir, good luck. By which I mean, I legitimately have seen people on the release day of a new raid, within hours of release, basically go on their alt, because they want to clear it on that character as well, like not on the hardest difficulty, but on a difficulty, and they post up a group demanding that you have already cleared it to join. Like, why? Like, relax. You'd probably get it done just fine, and probably faster even, if you just let people join. Like, it's basically to the point that people, like, the job interview joke with, oh yeah, you need 3 years of experience with this thing that has not existed for 3 years, which has happened for some people. Like, there's a particularly funny one with someone that got denied, like they didn't get through to the interview on a job because they needed like 5 years of experience with a specific coding language. And the person who applied was the person who had made the language. Like, basically, they had made the tool, and it hadn't existed for 5 years. Like, that kind of stupid requirements. World of Warcraft, quote-unquote, party finder sometimes is that. The classic ones being, you need to have the achievement to join this group that is partly progging on it. Like, the leader might not even have a clear themselves, but they want you to have one. And the other one is them requiring a higher item level than drops from the raid.
When you ask for best in slot for EX3.
Noted down, bingo players. But yeah, like, that's the reason why, like, the counterbalance to that is that then people just make an add-on to trick those people. Ilana says, week 2 requirements, have clear and have the maximum item level available in this raid. Yep, precisely. But the way that I've usually done it, I've usually not been the leader, but I had a friend that was really good at making pickup groups, as it's called there. And he would usually set, you know, an item level requirement, but a reasonable one, and wouldn't necessarily require an achievement, but would basically highlight that something to the effect of number of mistakes could lead to a kick. Usually wasn't necessary. The trick is that the fear induced by going, well, if you mess up 3 times, you're out, or 2 times even, means that only players that are confident enough that they will not fail will join. And you usually don't need to have that warning, because the thing is, if you wipe twice on a farm group on the weekly reclears, then people start leaving all on their own. Brilliant says I was going to ask what TOGC is. It is Trial of the Grand Crusader. It was the 3rd raid tier in Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft. And Ulduar was the 2nd raid tier. So saying you need Trial of the Grand Crusader gear to join for Ulduar is idiotic, right? Yannick says there is a real strange dynamic with making Party Finder for deep dungeons. What is that dynamic? Do we get more spots in our bingo card than more raid names from WoW, you say? I don't know. I didn't make the bingo card. Exactly, Ridleyan. Can you prove that you've cleared M8S for our M4S group? If you put something like Serious Farm 99.99 Ether Pool Clear Experience in description, you're almost guaranteed to get someone that either does not meet the requirements or is straight up toxic. I'm guessing the one that does not meet the requirements, maybe because they don't actually understand the requirements. Like the 99.99 Ether Pool part, specifically. And the toxic one is, of course, someone that might be overqualified. Like they might be very experienced and have the 99.99, but they also have an ego problem. Would be my guess. What should you write instead to avoid that, Yannick? Parents says, I feel like if you were doing a minimum item level no echo party for older content, it would make sense to have current on content clears recorded, but this is getting into hyper specifics to make it more to make it make sense. Yeah, exactly. Like exactly is that. Does that actually help? Yannick says, but if you put chill run new player friend in description, you're likely to get very good players. You know what? I can see exactly why that would be. It's just one example. First of all, I could imagine that Yannick would join that kind of group just to help the potential new players. It's the same as with Fubuki that says that they practice their off jobs in Savage by joining Prog groups that are open to basically first timers and like not yet cleared, like basically people that are practicing and are friendly. It's kind of the same idea, right? Is that if you have the time to for that, then you will also have like nicer people. I can't remember, like the one time we had to get party finder people for M1S really early in the tier. I can't remember exactly what we wrote in it, but we got 3 players where at least 2, if not all 3, were like basically scarred from how many groups were so aggressive to just roundhouse kick people out for the slightest little thing. So they were very relieved when I said, like, before we even started, don't worry, we're not just gonna kick someone over a single mistake or something. Like, we'll figure it out.
What did they expect? To get it clear?
What?
I mean, by the times we were doing that, it was like a legit just start learning party. If someone's making a mistake in a learning party, then they're learning.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the weirdest part. But like, I can get it. I can see it, because if it's a Prog party and you're making a mistake on mechanic number 2, and the Prog point is mechanic number 6, then like if you keep doing that, then people will be like, well, I feel like we kind of missed the point here. I can see that.
If it's literally like you're progging from the start, you expect it to be failing from the start or from that point onwards. Like if you're hitting the prog point, it's fine.
99 red mage mana. And it says, one time I wanted to help my FC mate to get practice on boss 90 of Eureka Authors. We made a party finder saying 2 cat girls looking for brave people to help us get clear. We're new, but we got ether pool. Aside from the ether pool thing, none was new. Well, none was true. As in, you were not cat girls, you were not looking for brave people, and you were not new. We got like a very protective tank that would explain what mobs do. I mean, that's pretty good. Nicole, we cleared. We got the clear. We got the clear. And then we ended up talking about stuff, and then we just ended up concluding that we're just maxing, relaxing after the clear.
We're just filling out the bingo chart.
Yeah, basically. Like if you missed, we talked about WoW, so if you have a bingo card, you know, check that one.
Milo, on a scale of 1 to 10, how sober are you?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Mario Kart came up until now.
Yeah.
But the fact that we had no one get hit on
oh yeah, we actually had no one
might
get hit.
have all.
It might have affected it, but there were people saying that it looked quite cursed.
It was cursed. It was very cursed. I would have ripped aggro had I been any other tank, I think.
Caetsu, in my first Amanda clear, we had a goated black mage who wanted to practice greeting. That can be concerning. That could be concerning. That is also the reason, like that is why I like I feel like one of the more likely ways to wipe in a farm or a reclear or even progging something like earlier in the later in the fight, and there's like mechanics early enough that people start greeting on those, and then you wipe to people greeting on that, right? Like that is something that I feel like would be more likely in Party Finder, because more damage. Case in point with the absolute authority thing. Kalmar says we need an emote with preferably a bingo card or alternatively a notebook. Yeah, I see what you mean. We need to add Sip's non sequiturs to the bingo. Yes, we really should.
That's a... Oh.
Although that would be really mean, because Sip is only there to make those non sequiturs once a week. This bingo card's getting bigger and bigger. You could just have multiple. Like if you maybe you could have like a bingo card generator, and like you just have like 300 prompts, and then it just like fills it in randomly. Is that a thing? Could that be a thing? And you just get a bingo card, and then you look and you're like, ah.
I mean, you could have different bingo cards for different events, because Saturday is consistent that there's always 8 different people, which means there's technically 8 different things that can happen for that specific day.
Can't just replace the Ed Sheeran that never comes up. Yeah, that's true.
Because you could obviously have your normal rambling, but you could also have.
It just came. Well, not exactly. The story about it, for those that have seen the bingo card and are like, what with the Ed Sheeran thing. I have this. Why can I not zoom it? Now I can zoom it. That's weird. And this originated from multiple people hopping into the stream and immediately exclaiming that I looked like Ed Sheeran. And later, people started adding other things. It's been a while since I've had to update this. practice singing and maybe you could be.
If it's
But
this still missing like 8 O's.
Yannick says your voice sometimes reminds me of PewDiePie. Really?
Yeah, because PewDiePie is also Danish.
He's Swedish.
Same thing.
No.
I think someone wants a hitman.
Deli says, why is this a saying you have? Well, because it was funny.
The better question
And it came
is,
up
why
multiple
not?
times, so
Yeah,
it,
why
like...
wouldn't you?
Silly, if you go a little bit up, Kat brought up the Ed Sheeran thing, so I explained the Ed Sheeran thing. The reason why there is the Ed Sheeran thing in the bingo card on the Discord. Has anyone ever told you that you look like the famous YouTuber Chaiji? Famous? Yes, actually. It's really weird. Weird comparison. Does explaining the Ed Sheeran thing count as the Ed Sheeran thing? I guess, but I mean, I was just trying to explain that's the reason why it would be on a bingo card.
Haha, you falling for my trap. Now I have bingo.
I want that in like a Yu-Gi-Oh style, extremely crazy. Ha! You've fallen for my trap! Now I have bingo! And then like the other person's like, no! And then they fall into a dark hole, just no! Brandon says, I don't know, I think you're too handsome to be called Chaiji. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We round up to 30k as soon as someone hits 25k. Easy. Oh, nice. Thank you, Sally. Nosrel says, I wonder how many people watch your 1 to 100 guide series and have never considered it's not one of those YouTube tech videos with your very specific problem told in Windows Movie Maker. I mean... He's basically saying you do more than just the guides. Oh, that's true. That is actually pretty funny. I don't know how many have that, but I do remember that there has at least, at minimum, been one person that basically like praised one of my job guides to the high heavens, and then basically that was it. And then like when I started to like remake my guides in Dawntrail, they were immediately there. And supposedly they had been producing those previous guides repeatedly over and over and were very happy that there were new ones now. But they didn't comment on anything else. Like, that's pretty funny. But that is a good point, Nozrel. I wonder. I would imagine the fact that I have so many videos with, you know, that it's the same character in the thumbnail means that if they check maybe 1 or 2 of my guides, if they go to the YouTube homepage, there's a very high chance that they'll get recommended something from me. Speaking of, something really weird that I've noticed is that my short called something like the most ridiculous opener in Final Fantasy XIV, which predates the Paladin rework, by the way, suddenly started getting traction again. Like, what? Thank you, Aradil. Was it the Dragon Kick rotation one? No. The most ridiculous opener one is about Paladin.
The 20%, the 20-second pre-pull.
Sort of.
with Fight or Flight, so that
basically,
you can set up
you
Goring
fight
Blades
you fight or
with
flight.
Fight or Flight.
You fight or flight, I believe, 18 seconds before pull. Which made sense at the time.
It was 25% at that time?
It was 25% and it was
Something?
and
Yeah.
it was 25 seconds.
Yeah, so basically you
And it
want
was only physical.
Goring. Yeah, Goring Blade used to be a 3-step combo.
And a dot.
Yeah, and a dot, and you wanted to set up Goring Blade with Fight or Flight, but you wanted your Blades combo in the 2-minute burst.
Yeah. Basically, the old Paladin rotation was, in broad strokes, was basically a strict 1-minute loop, and the only way that you could optimally fix that, because you wouldn't get to the burst part of it with the magic burst until way too late in relation to the opener burst with raid bells and stuff, was to just basically just use Fight or Flight and then just like start your rotation at a weird point in the rotation. You could also just not do that until you've seen Enrage. Oh yes.
Well, it was a valid opener.
Yeah. I believe back like when I looked into it was that the recommendation was that, like, I mean, you could also just do a regular Paladin opener with just, Holy Spirit, just go for it, and just don't worry about it until you start seeing Enrage. There's also the part that slow Paladin, which was a separate rotation at the time, and not just the gold standard, didn't have to do this, but their optimal rotation was a lot weirder. Nosrel says, so I have YouTube set to not know my watch history. It cannot recommend me videos. I purely watch through my subscription tab, and only a very select number of my subs shorts appear there, and I don't know why it's so specific. Was it slow Paladin that did the atonement dropping? Both kinds of Paladins did atonement dropping. The reason being that you needed a pretty high amount of skill speed to actually make it around in your rotation in time. Like, I can't remember like in full, but like the magic burst was 4 Holy Spirits and then Confiteor and the 3 blades, and the 3rd blade applied a dot that was not like, it was mutually exclusive with Goring Blade. So it basically replaced a Goring Blade combo, but that magic burst took 20 seconds. Then you would do, like after that magic burst, if we start from there, you would do a 1-2-3 combo with Royal Authority, and then you would atonement twice, and then you would do Fast Blade, Riot Blade, and then Fight or Flight into Goring Blade to like reapply the dot with Fight or Flight. And then you would do a 1-2-3 with Royal Authority into, 3 atonements, and then 1-2 into Goring Blade again, because like that was the duration. And that's when you then would have Reclears set up and do the magic burst again. The reason why you skipped an atonement was basically because the loop was about 62.5 seconds, not 60 seconds. Something like that. And I think that was the case with skill speed, which meant that if you were slow, you would skip 2 atonements. But if I remember correctly, the slow Paladin was really wacky. Like, I'm pretty sure it had every so often a hard-casted Holy Spirit and weird stuff like that. Like, it was something to the effect of the fast Paladin rotation was a perfect 1-minute loop. The slow Paladin rotation was a 2-minute loop. Simply because they needed to get really weird with it to make things line up nicely. And I'm not entirely sure how it worked like that, because I played fast Paladin.
Yeah, I luckily never reached max level with Paladin before the rework.
No.
So I don't need to know most of his stuff.
On a different note, maybe this would be a good time to round up. So, we did it! We cleared Savage, Unreal, and even got a clear of Extreme Blind Prog. So we'll have to figure out what we do next week. But with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream, but like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there, where you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role over in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, gift memberships, use the super chat, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description where, well, you can also support me. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that'll be all from me and the squad. So good night, good morning, afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.